Mark Wallace and Sonia Soda. We'll have a chance to talk more later.
Okay, is everybody ready for the presidential United States debate? Well, it's coming up shortly. We'll go back to the countdown shortly. Just wanted to pop on just briefly. Welcome you to the United States studio. I hope you like it. I said there'd be a few surprises. Got a special shirt tonight. Got the red, white and blue behind me, equally balanced. We've got the United States flag there flying, so you can all see that. We have the news ready for you. We have different angles, different perspectives. We have a live phone in. You can call into the show. All of that's happening. But got a bit of a surprise for you throughout the evening. So there's all sorts of stuff about to occur. So before I leave you once again, I'm only here for a moment. We've got 175 votes now in the poll. I can share with you on the screen here. I'll give you a different perspective. 175 votes. Let me just zip in. Look at this. So far, 175 votes, 72% saying who will win the debate, Donald Trump, 28% Harris. We're completely neutral here. You can vote any way you like. We've also got a main poll running as well that you might want to take part in. We've got all the news running from around the world. You can see it all coming in for you right now, looking pretty good. But we've also got a poll on X. You might like to vote on this one. I'm going to give you the link right now. Let me share it with you on the screen. We've got the main poll happening here, and we've got two polls. US presidential debate, who will win the election? We have just 13 votes so far, and we have 76.9%. We have who will win the debate, 26 votes, 73%. So very close, but not identical, but very, very close. If you'd like to take part in these polls, I shall give you the link right now. Here we go. Here is the link in the chat. There it is. There is the link. If you want to follow me on X, Instagram as well, there's the all links page. If you want Discord and you want to be part of it and get all the behind the scenes as well, there's Discord. But remember, you have to be a YouTube member. If you want to become a member of the channel, there is the link for that. And then I'll upgrade you live in the show. But I'm going to leave you just for a few moments. I'll be back shortly. We've got the build up still to continue. But as you can see, we're getting ready for our news. But first of all, I'm just going to bring you this little bit here. I've recorded something for you, for all the Americans, all the UK, my UK friends. Look away just for a moment, just for a brief moment. Let me just get that ready. Let me check the extra channel. Let me check the main channel. All looking good. Okay, that looks good. If you can, tap the like button and share this stream out. We want to get to 100 likes. Let me see how many we've got right now. I'm showing 40. Let me refresh the screen. We're now showing 62. So if we get up to 100, then YouTube will share this out. That'll be exciting. But there you go. We're waiting for the main event to start. But in the meantime, I have a special recording for you. So stand by. Are you ready? Okay, here comes your United States special treat for the night. Here we go. Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. Oh, the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave? Oh, the land of the free and the home of the So there we go. I hope you enjoyed that bit of music there, but we're going to go back now to the countdown. We haven't got that long to go before the event starts. Just an hour to go, and I'll be back with you discussing. I hope you enjoyed that recording of the United States National Anthem, but it's all coming up very, very shortly. It's a big night tonight, of course, for the United States of America. It's a huge night. It's a complete change of direction. The whole world will be looking on tonight. We're looking all around the globe tonight, bringing you hopefully the best broadcast anywhere in the world. The most open, most honest, most creative, most entertaining, most colourful, most musical, most friendly, most open. Everyone has a voice. Everyone gets heard. Respectful. Let's have some fun tonight. But the whole world is tuned in for this event tonight. It's all about to happen. I will see you back very shortly for the United States presidential debate. If this is successful tonight, if we get a few thousand watch, we might cover the election, because where else are you going to get this kind of entertainment? You got to put a show on. We're in the United States of America, living in America. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? All right, I'll see you back in a minute. Don't go far away. You've got a little bit of time. Click the share button, click the like button, get everyone tuned in. Underneath the video is the share button, the like button. Get to work, folks. Get it over 100. We're at 62 right now. Once we get to 100, then we will start to get suggested, and we could have a few thousand people, because the whole world is tuned into this tonight. As you can see on the screen, I'm sharing the globe for you right now. See you back in a bit. Don't go away. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Not long to go now before the United States election debate. It's going to be a huge night this evening for everyone around the world. People are tuned in around the world. We have our news on standby. We're covering all the angles from a global perspective. We're giving everyone the chance to phone in, to be on the show, to be part of it. Everyone has a voice. We have polls going on at the top of this channel running right now. We do have a poll. I'll update you where we are right now. We've got, let me share with you, 186 votes. Please do vote. 73% say who will win the debate, Donald Trump. 27% say Harris with 186 votes. So please do vote. It's pinned to the top of the chat. We've also got this main poll running here as well. This is on X. I shall give you the link right now. Here is the X as well. I've also linked it into the chat. It's pinned to the top as well. There is the X account. And you can vote on this one. We've had who will win the election, just 17 votes with 76.5% for Trump. Who will win the debate, just 29 votes. And that is 72% for Trump. Okay, now we also have, on top of all of this, you may not know this, so I'm going to share with you now. If you go to the home page of the channel, we have a community tab. It's more engaging than X. It's our own community. Right at the top, you see our community tab here, right at the top. If you click on that, we're also running a poll there as well. You can see tonight's event is there. And we've got a really big result here. Trump is winning 70%. It's with 18 likes as well, 217 votes. The election debate, I'll be broadcasting this with the Kamala House and Donald Trump. And I'm asking you, who will win the debate, Harris or Trump? And we do have 70% say Donald Trump with a 217 votes so far. So a big night there. Please do go and vote on that as well. So that's all coming up. Very exciting night tonight. If everyone can, it would be very much appreciated if you can all go and click the like button. We're trying to get to 100 likes. At 100 likes, YouTube will suggest this video out. So we're trying to get there. We're at 67. We've got 34 watching. It's just starting to pick up now, which is very exciting. And so there we go. We have everything in place. We are set for our special event tonight. Not that long to go. We've got all the news, we've got all the polls, we've got different perspectives from a global standpoint. So we hope you will enjoy our presentation. We're trying to make it entertaining, colourful, visual for you. We're also going to be looking at the stocks as well, of course, how they react. You can see today has been a very, very green day. Very nice indeed. We'll be paying attention to the Trump trade, the Harris trade, of course. These things really exist. Funware is up after hours, of course. We can trade 24 hours a day, 5 days a week. We've also got Rumble, how that might move. DJT, we'll be looking at that. In fact, I'll open DJT up over here. DJT, I know one of my members particularly is interested in Trump media, and you can see it's going up in the after hours, 3 1/3%. So we'll be keeping our eye on that. This is the broadcast. It's where we're going to bring you news, reaction. We're going to bring you polls. We're going to bring you live phone-ins. You can be live on the show. We've got these spots here. Everybody can be in the show. Everyone can call in and have a say in tonight's show. All right, so there's a lot going on tonight. But I'll be back in 20 minutes, so I'm just going to leave you with this. I've recorded for you the United States National Anthem, the Star Spangled Banner. So I'm going to play that for you now, and I'll see you back right after that, and I'll be back in half an hour, in about 20 minutes for the main event. It's all about to kick off. Should be a very, very exciting evening with full coverage being brought to you from around the world in different mediums and all the rest of it. But right now is my national anthem. If you do enjoy this, you might like to go and check out my music channel. And there's the link in the chat. I've actually sung this for American football games in stadiums, on the pitches, in the in the stadiums, whatever. So you want to go and see me doing it for American football and other things like that, you can. But right now, I will leave you. You might want to stand. Big night for the United States of America. This is the United States National Anthem. See you back in a bit. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight? Oh, the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave? Oh, the land of the free and the home of the So there you go. See you back in a bit. We are on standby with just 21 minutes to go. Big night ahead. Everyone tap the like button and share button. I'll see you back very shortly. Thank you. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome to the United States election debate. It's the very first time we have brought the world together. It's why I'm showing the globe right now. The whole world is tuned in tonight to watch this event. It's a major event. And of course, it's not just important here in the United States, it's important around the world. Who will win the United States election in November? Who will win tonight in the debate? It's very, very important. We've got two very, very different characters. Will Donald Trump go out to attack Kamala Harris? What do you think? Will Kamala Harris crumble, or will she be superior? We're going to cover the event tonight in all different shapes and sizes. Everyone has a voice. Everyone can be on the show. Anyone can call in. Members, non-members, anyone can be in tonight's show. Everyone gets a voice. We are covering it from a global perspective, not just a one-sided news debate in the US. We're not covering one side of the argument. We're covering the global world objective of this election tonight. It'd be a big night. We've got a lot to cover. You'll see in the studio that I've got set for you tonight.
The debate live from
We are completely, let me just mute that. The audio's coming through already. We are set up with red, white and blue. We're very patriotic this evening. We are showing everything from different perspectives. We are inviting everyone to call in and be part of it. It's a big night tonight, and we hope to have a very healthy debate. So let's tune in and let's start. So tap the like button. If you can get us over to 100, YouTube will start sharing this out. Consider subscribing to our channel. We are a financial investment channel, but this is big news, global news, and we want to cover it. Let me bring in the debate right now.
Sky News program for the US presidential debate.
It's been a campaign like no other, but could tonight be the moment when one candidate makes a decisive break?
Big night indeed. We're going to cover all of this this evening. Now, we have two polls running. We have the main poll on the channel right now. It's pinned to the top. I will tell you that we do have 73% at the moment for Donald Trump. 207 votes so far. Let me share with you on the screen what we're looking at. This is our poll. Go to the top and you will vote. You can vote on it. 208 votes now. 74%. Who will win the debate? Donald Trump is storming ahead, 74%. And we are not a political channel. This is completely impartial. This is why we do this. We're not affiliated to anybody. I am not sponsored by anybody. I'm a green card holder. I'm completely neutral. I'm an investment channel bringing you the news. So there is our poll on X, okay? That's our main poll here on the channel. What about on X? Let me give you the link for this. You might want to vote on this as well. This will have a big impact tonight. People watch this stuff. So I've just posted my X in the stream for you. So we have so far just 20 votes here on X. We're getting a lot more votes on our channel. 20 votes, 75% again say Trump. So he's storming ahead on the polls. What about who will win the debate? That was who will win the election. 31 votes, 74% Trump again. He's winning everywhere we share this. We're also sharing it as well. Let me just zoom back out. We're also sharing it on our community tab. This is our community tab here. Let me bring it up for you. On the homepage of our channel, you go to the community tab. Please do vote in all these places. Take part in what's going on. There's the event. You might like to share it. Leave a comment on tonight's event. Now, Trump is winning again. We've had 217 votes. 217 votes. Trump is coming in at 70%. Slightly less, but still a very convincing win this evening. So far, it's quite clear that Donald Trump is absolutely miles ahead tonight in all sectors. So we're going to listen in. This is the This is the stage all set. We're bringing you the best live debate tonight from all angles, all perspectives, not one side of the argument. Everyone has a voice. If you're watching this anywhere else, you will not be able to call in. You'll not have your voice. You'll not be able to have questions answered. Here, everyone gets a voice. Look, here we go. Anna, hey Steve, here come your comments. Hi Anna, hi Steve. Let me bring up commentary now from our news source. Here we go.
And America. Not many of them, but there are a few who have been here and who will be here later on today. 50 million people, Mark, watched the last debate, that disastrous debate, if you are Joe Biden, a debate in which Donald Trump turned up and was somewhat out of character in that he was not the combative Donald Trump that we have grown to know. Instead, he let Joe Biden...
Everyone gets a voice on this channel. Everyone gets their comments seen and answered. Both sides of the argument. Please get involved.
Out of that came Kamala Harris, unopposed on the left of politics among the Democratic Party. She is now the candidate, and tonight she will go head-to-head with Donald Trump.
Right, and it's worth re-emphasising that these two have never met, and it is a night of real jeopardy, actually, for both candidates.
It is. You know, I wasn't aware until a week or so ago the podiums would be of different heights to allow them both to feel comfortable at their own podium. Donald Trump said a few days ago on his own social media site, Truth Social, that he didn't want Kamala Harris to have any sort of block to stand on. She doesn't have a block, but she has a shorter podium. One of so many little details that are fascinating around this debate. But look, I think tonight it's all about the undecided. It's about those people in the middle, Mark, who, yes, they know exactly what Donald Trump stands for because they've seen him for many years now. They are not totally sure what Kamala Harris stands for, what her policies are. She's really not been all that clear about her policies. It is true, Mark, that she has, over the course of many years in politics...
We'll come back to all of this as we need it throughout the evening. As we need all this, we will bring it to you. And we shall come in and out of these different streams, different sources to give everybody the overall picture of what is going on this evening. All right, big night. Now, we also want to look at the stock movement as well. There are some Trump trades and Kamala trades, more Trump trades, if I'm completely honest with you. It does seem to be shaping up that way. Let me share with you one most significant one. One of our members is very particularly interested in this one. So let me share this with this is Donald Trump's very own stock. Now, this one tends to pump when we see Trump do well in polls or in debates. That is Trump media. We've got a lot of people here investing in this stock. This could move tonight. We'll be keeping an eye on this one. Funware, this one also could move. Remember, these stocks are trading 24 hours a day, 5 days a week on my platform. If you want that, I'll give it to you. We've got also Rumble. This is also pro-Trump. Let's see what this does tonight as well. So we've got a lot of movement. This is the one to look out for mainly. There isn't really a Kamala Harris trade like this. If there was, I would certainly bring it to you. And if anybody feels that there is for balance, let me know, and I'm more than happy to share it. Tonight's event is all about impartiality, honesty, openness, and everyone gets a say, everyone gets a voice. Now, it's not that long to go now. We do have a little way to go, but we're going early because we do want to see the candidates arrive. We'll be watching the stocks, watching the polls, watching what's going on. So we are early, and I appreciate this is a long night for everybody, but I want to give the biggest thank you to Leah tonight, my wife, who doesn't really, if I'm honest, doesn't really want me to be going late this time in the evening. We're normally done, sat in the lounge now having our tea, but this is a big event and I wanted to cover it. We've never done a live news story like this, so big shout out to Leah this evening. Let me just listen to this, what's going on right now.
Frame him as the the dangerous right-wing candidate that she sees that he is, but also present some sort of a positive future, a future that, yes, picks up on President Biden's achievements as she would see them as president. But
and I
also
want to tell you
casts
why I'm using Sky News as our main source, because it's the British news, so it's not CNN or Fox. It's completely impartial. It's just bringing you the news. We're going to look at all those sources as well, but we want to bring you a completely impartial news story, not slanted on one side of the fence. We're going to hear from both candidates, both supporters, all tonight in tonight's show, and everyone can call in. Anyone can be on the show. Anyone can have their say.
We've spoken a lot over the years about Donald Trump and, you know, your views and that sort of thing on him. But just give us a sense of how you think he's going to approach this particular debate tonight.
Well, I think he's going to draw a very clear contrast of what worked under his administration and what was working for the economy, for our southern border, in terms of reducing crime, and certainly on
I can tell you now that we're starting to see, let me just
years.
mute that a moment, I'll come back to that. We are starting to see now Donald Trump's stock, Trump media, go up. We're up 4.5% in the after hours. This was expected tonight. That we could get a lot of movement in this stock. It's been rising all week. We were down at $17. We're now at $19. There could be a big swing tonight. This tends to do this. But anyway,
will be kind of a
let me
surprise
keep
for
this
everyone.
news coming in for you. Let's go back to it. We've got a bit of time before the debate starts.
That is what the future of progressive governance looks like. And I think President Trump's going to remind the world that when she was in the Senate, she was
Please tap the like button. We want to get over 100 likes so we can
she was the left of
get
Bernie
this
Sanders.
shared out
she
on
was to the
YouTube.
left
Thank
of
you very
Kamala
much.
Harris, according to nonpartisan organizations who rate senators' votes. So I think that will be laid out. The contrast will be very clear, and the American people will make those decisions.
Yeah, and Congressman, I mean, a lot has happened for Donald Trump in the last 4 years as well. And one of the things that Kamala Harris is really doing is trying to sell herself as this prosecutor. I mean, no doubt she's going to raise the
All right,
felony
let me just talk to my moderators for a moment. I've got Stacey Bailey asking, one of our moderators asking a very good question. She is asking, Martyn, to be clear, what type of comments should we be blocking? I think that is just foul language, attacking behavior and such. Politics is a sensitive subject when it comes to opinion, so I want to be clear. Okay, let's be clear. Let me talk to all our moderators. Mike, are you here? Zach Zait's here, Stephen Lewandowski, Stacey Bailey. Mike, our lead moderator, is Mike here? Let me address the moderators for a moment. Yes, let me explain the rules tonight. Oh, hello. Donald Trump media is moving very quickly now. This is what we expected to see happen. Donald Trump media is moving very quickly. We are an investment news channel, of course, so we want to keep an eye on that. Let me just give the rules tonight. Tonight could be a very large audience. We hope it is, because I believe that we're going to bring the most fair, most open, most honest, most entertaining, colourful, global approach to the election tonight. And I hope we do really well. I hope we have 10,000 watchers, quite frankly. I actually scheduled for 5,000, and we've just crossed 1,100. So I think 5,000 is going to be about right. So that's good. So it is a heated debate. Unfortunately, here in the United States, people do get very aggressive when it comes to politics. People hate Trump. People love Trump. People hate Harris. People love Harris. And it's very divided. It's not the same way as it works in Britain, where you might like Labour or you might like Conservative, but you don't hate the other side. Here in America, it is very, very hot topic. So normally, we don't allow any aggression at all, but it's the nature of the game tonight, so we're going to let some of it go. Our moderators they will start by timing you out if you are all out rude. If you swear, if you threaten people, that kind of language is not accepted at all. You'll be timed out, okay? We're not going to block you straight away. We'll just time you out, ask you to calm down. So we don't want anyone swearing at anybody, cursing at anybody. We don't want anybody getting aggressive, threatening anybody or anything like that. If you love Trump and you say you love Trump, that's fine. If you don't like Harris, that's fine, and vice versa. You can have your opinion. You can say what you like, but there's no need for aggressive language. There's no need to swear at people or curse. There's no need to be threatening or anything like that, which makes people feel a little bit threatened. There's no need for that. But tonight we are letting the moderators a little bit relaxed. We're letting more go than we would normally. And if you do one of those things, we will time you out. We won't ban you. We'll just say, look, come on, calm it down. We're just timing you out just so we keep a good debate, allowing everyone a voice, but we don't want, all out aggression and slander and anything like that, okay? So I hope that explains it. We are going to give as much rope as we can, let everyone say what they want, but just try to keep the swearing to a minimum, try to keep the aggression to a minimum, and if you do go over the line, we will time you out, which will say, look, you can't speak again for 5 minutes. We'll then give you another one, which will be 10 minutes, and if you continue, then, of course, you will be hidden from the channel. We hope that doesn't happen. We don't want to hide people, but we don't want people to be threatened and abused and all the rest of it either. Okay, so I hope that explains it to our moderators. So we're keeping up to date with what's going on. We've got about an hour and 40 minutes before it starts, but there will be the candidates arriving in a minute. We'll cover all of that. So please do tap the like button. I believe we're going to bring you the best live presentation of this, better than any US TV station. I believe the quality is better, the audio's better, the views, and everyone has a voice. I really am quite proud of what we're able to do here. So please do get involved. Tap the like button. We're nearly at 100. When we get to 100, YouTube will share it out. Please consider subscribing. We're live 12 hours a day. We are a financial channel. So we are covering this evening stocks related to what's going on. And Trump media is probably the best example. Kamala Harris doesn't really have a stock like this. So we are looking at this to see if this pumps up. This suggests that Trump is winning and everything is great. If it dumps off, it's a sentiment, really, a measure of how people are reacting. Okay, so let's go back to this, what is being said on the screen right now, and we'll keep coming in and out of this.
A difference that President Trump wants the war to end. He will drive both parties to the bargaining table in a way that only he can, rather than what is the policy now? What does success look like? Are we collectively going to?
We're up to 89 likes, just 11 likes more, and YouTube will be sharing this out. Thank you very much indeed.
For as long as it
Please
takes.
vote in the polls.
So just saying a blank check isn't a policy, and I do think you'll see him actually lay out a policy to end the war.
Congressman, always good to talk to you. Thank you very much for joining us.
All right, thank you.
Well, it goes without saying that tonight is a marathon of sorts. We've still got about an hour and 45 minutes to go before the first debate between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris, possibly the only debate. We'll be bringing you all the build-up, of course, with expert guests, two of whom are here in the studio. That's John Scardino, Vice Chair of Democrats Abroad UK, and also Greg Swenson, Chair of Republicans Overseas UK.
There you go. As you can see, we're doing things differently than is done typically in the United States. We're giving you both sides of the argument. We're giving you both elements, Republican and Democrats, in the same studio, all on air with me, red, white and blue all around me, a very patriotic evening. So the fact it's a very patriotic evening, I'd like all of you to celebrate America tonight. Let's make the United States united tonight. Let's make the United States come together, debate fairly, debate with respect, and bring the country together. So I'm going to share something with you now that I recorded earlier. Please do. I hope you like this now. I've recorded this earlier with the United States flag, and this is the national anthem of the United States of America. Can you see by
the dawn's early light, what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. Oh, the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave? Oh, the land of the free and the home of the
There we go. I hope you enjoyed my contribution there. If you are interested, Sir Elton John named me the world piano man. I have a whole music channel with songs from America like that. I'll give you the music channel. Please do subscribe to me if you can, because I try to raise millions of dollars for charity on my music channel, and by simply subscribing to me, you're helping me raise money for charities, including your own. So there we go. Here is the X account tonight. If you want to become a member of the channel, if it gets too busy, we'll go members only, because I want all my members' voices heard tonight. No one gets left behind. If you want to access Discord, we're also going to invite you, there's the links, we're also going to invite you to call in very shortly. You can be live on the show, have your say. These spots around me, just here, are all the spots you can occupy tonight. You can call in, you can be on the show, and anyone can be in. We're opening this up for anyone, not just members, anyone tonight. As long as you're on camera and you're respectful, you can be in tonight's show. You can take part in history. So we're going to go to our experts now from both sides of the argument. We're Republican and Democrats live on my show tonight. Let's bring them in. Here we go.
Or whatever issue it is that you'll see. One of the things that I expect to see from him tonight is, you know, he's been at this now for over 8 years. He's debated Hillary 3 times. He debated Joe Biden 3 times. He knows this arena. He is a trained TV personality. He had his own show. He is a bit of a showman. And that's where I find real fault with Donald Trump. He's fantastic entertainment, but he's lousy at governing. I mean, the administration that he had numerous opportunities to complete things for the American people. One of the biggest that your Republican guests will often hear me say is that he missed an opportunity to pass a bipartisan infrastructure bill. And when Biden got that done, it was an enormous stimulus on the economy, brought an enormous number of jobs, but it also addressed a lot of the longstanding problems that the country had with crumbling bridges and roads that were interfering with getting products to markets and things like that. So that's the kind of, Greg mentioned the erratic behavior of Donald Trump. That's the problem with him as a president, as somebody in government. He's fine on.
Thank you very much. We're over 100 likes now. YouTube will start sharing this out.
Somebody that needs to be thoughtful and forward-looking. I don't think this is the guy.
I guess, you know, what we will probably have to wait and see is, will people watch the full 90 minutes, or are people going to look out for those moments, which is what Donald Trump, as you say, is really good, those sort of viral moments. And you remember during the Joe Biden debate where Joe Biden said something and Donald Trump reacted and said, I don't know if he knows what he's talking about. I don't think, you know, I don't know, and I don't think he knows. It was that moment, I think, that became almost decisive in that sort of debate. But we will be continuing to discuss all of this and more. Of course, this is currently one of the closest general elections.
People there, and they only have 3 or 4 and so on. Every single state of the union votes. And if
we're going to go over to a different perspective right now and speed through this.
In line to 270. You might be thinking, why have we coloured them in already? Has the election already happened yet? No, we just know that most presidential elections, most of the states are already a bit of a foregone conclusion. They are safe. American presidential elections, particularly one as tightly as contested as this, pivot on these swing states. They're the ones you can see in grey here. We haven't coloured in, surrounded in yellow. There are 7 of them, and they are all absolutely crucial. For Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, basically they need to win at least 3 of them in order to be guaranteed the presidency. What might that arithmetic look like? Well, let's imagine for the sake of argument Donald Trump is able to win the states back that on paper should be easiest for him to win back. The states that Joe Biden won in 2020 by the narrowest of margins. So that's places like Georgia, which no Democrat had won for many years, or Arizona and so on. Let's imagine he can win back, say, Nevada, which the Democrats have had for longer, and he had North Carolina back in 2020. And therefore, you can see that this election will likely pivot, possibly anyway, to these Rust Belt states, these 3 crucial states that had voted Democratic basically for every election for a generation until Donald Trump won them in yellow. There are 7 of them, and they are all absolutely crucial. For Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, basically they need to win at least 3 of them in order to be guaranteed the presidency. What might that arithmetic look like? Well, let's imagine for the sake of argument that Donald Trump is able to win the states back that on paper should be easiest for him to win back. The states that Joe Biden won in 2020 by the narrowest of margins. So that's places like Georgia, which no Democrat had won for many years, or Arizona and so on. Let's imagine he can win back, say, Nevada, which the Democrats have had for longer, and he had North Carolina.
An hour and a half to go. There will be movement in a few moments when the candidates arrive.
Possibly anyway, to these Rust Belt states, these 3 crucial states that had voted Democratic basically for every election for a generation until Donald Trump won them
I've got a beer this
and
evening.
Biden wins them back in 2020. So if we just colour those in, and let's say Harris, who's polling well in Wisconsin and in Michigan, you can see there both would be on 268 for Trump, 251 for Harris. So you can see that the pivotal state in this election, what people are calling and describing as the tipping point state, is Pennsylvania. That likely neither candidate, either Trump or Harris, can win without it. So we've given it to Trump there. You can see he wins quite handily. We give it to Harris there, and she wins by a whisker. Pennsylvania is likely to be the key state, the keystone state, as it is called, in this election. We can even, if we focus in a little bit closer, we can see how narrow that could be in terms of, we see there are lots of there may be swing states, and it comes down to that, but it is even narrower than that in the sense that we can focus on the particular places that both
Let me just read the comments coming in. This was nice. MSK, Trump 2024. We are running some polls. The poll is at the top of the screen. I'm just going to zoom in. We'll come back to more news as we do it. We've got plenty of time, plenty of coverage this evening. 238 votes now. Trump, 76%, is winning the debate. Obviously, the debate hasn't happened yet. There will be another poll at the end of the debate as well. We have that. Now, we also have this here. We have a poll on X. I'll just give everybody the link to X. It's also pinned to the top. These are the main polls. We have this vote here. Who will win the election? 73% saying Donald Trump, 26% saying Harris. Who win the debate? 73% saying Trump, 26% saying Harris. This is a completely open, fair debate. We're giving it to everyone. So anyone can vote here. Everyone can take part. So please do take part into tonight's vote. I will call out everybody's name who comments on X, and in fact, I've got one already. We've got 2 here. Charles Cahy has just followed me on X. I want to give everybody a chance to be on the show. Charles Cahy, thank you very much indeed for your follow on X. That's much appreciated. We've got a couple of comments just come in. Let me just read these out. As a veteran, thank you for singing the national anthem. You did an outstanding. You did outstanding, Martyn. You're doing an America proud. God bless America. Thank you very much indeed. I'm trying to do the best I can with respect and honour to the United States and around the world, because this is a global event. Hey MSK, how you doing? Good evening, MSK. Lovely to have you here. Remember, everybody can call in tonight. We're opening the phone lines up to everybody. If you want to call in, you can be on the show tonight. I'm going to give you the link in a second. Everyone, members or non-members, can be on the show tonight. Let's just zoom in. This isn't the debate, of course.
A lot of times that turns people off, especially if the male's doing that towards the female.
This is just footage, so we're going to keep our eye on all of that. So let me give everybody the link. If you missed the Star Spangled Banner, the national anthem, I will play it again later. as we get to the build up for the event itself. But we are inviting everyone to call in. Please do tap the like button. We want to get over 100 likes. We have 104 now, so YouTube are now suggesting the content out, which is wonderful. 106, actually. So anyone tonight can call in. The rules tonight are we have moderators. We're giving you extra rope tonight. We're allowing a little bit more to go on that we would normally get rid of. But please note, there's no need for swearing. There's no need to abuse anyone. There's no need to be rude. You can say, I love Donald Trump, or I hate Donald Trump, or I love Harris, or I hate Harris, whatever you like. Who's going to win, whatever you like. But please, and if you get a little bit blue, that's okay. But just don't swear at someone. Don't be aggressive towards somebody else. If you do that, we'll time you out. We'll then time you out again. If you then do it a third time, then you'll be hidden from the channel. We're giving everyone the chance tonight to express themselves. So if you want to be on tonight's show during the show and you want to call in, this is how you can call in. All these blue spots around me, and there's no meaning there. It's just blue looks better on the screen. We've got red, white, and blue in the studio. Don't draw anything into blue, please. It's just a complete random thing because blue looks right for the screen. But you can see we've got red, white, and blue in the studio. I don't want anyone to go, why has he got blue rings? It's just so people can call in and it looks best on the screen, okay? So if you want to call in, this is how you can call in. Once you call in, you'll take one of these spots and then you can call back and your spot will be reserved. It's the first 10 people. After 10, that is it. Once the 10 spots are gone, they're gone. You can call in and out as many times as you want and all the rest of it. So I'm going to give you the link. Here is the link. And tonight we're opening up to everyone, but you have to be respectful. There will be no tolerance, zero tolerance for rudeness or anything unseemly, okay? You'll be gone and you'll be hidden from the channel permanently. So there is the link there on the channel, martynlucas.com/live. Then you need a password. The password is LucasAge100, which is uppercase L, uppercase A. I'll give you the link in the chat now. Here we go. This is not just members. This is anyone that wants to be on the show tonight. But you must be respectful. You got to be, courteous and so on. So there is the link, martynlucas.com/live. And the password is LucasAge100, uppercase L, UCAS, uppercase ADES 100. The phone lines are now open. You can call in now and we can bring you in at any point throughout tonight's show. So if you want to be on, that's how you do it. Phone lines are open. You can call in right now. Okay, let's see where we are now. We've got 105 watching. We've had 1,200. I made a prediction tonight that I think we'd get 1,500 people. I've never covered a live news item. We're at 1,279 now. I said 5,000. I think I'm going to be right. Let's see. I've been doing it a long time now, so I'm starting to see the patterns forming. Okay, so anyway, let's invite the phone lines are open. You can call in, and let's now hear from the event itself, just for a few moments.
See him engaging in. So that's what they want to see her do. They want her to try and draw Donald Trump into some of those traps that he's perhaps likely to fall into.
Yeah, and Kamala Harris has been locked away, hasn't she? Really prepping and planning and strategizing on how to deal with this. Martha, I wonder, we were together in the US when Joe Biden stepped down and, endorsed Kamala Harris. And we saw this mobilization of female volunteers moving towards Kamala Harris and that sort of support base. Are some of the issues around women, reproductive rights, for example, coming to the forefront? And is it likely to be a
Trump media is still rising. I'll show the stock to you. Let me just keep this on the air.
There's not a question on abortion. I think it's
stock is going up. There's not really a Harris stock, but there is a Trump stock. You can see this rising. If he's winning, this will fly up. If he's losing, this will be sold off. That's a good measure. You can use that.
Women under the age of 45, and even when you take the electorate as a whole, it's among the most important issues, perhaps beaten only by the economy, rising prices,
Leo.
And inflation. So abortion will come up, and it's something that Kamala Harris can really pin Donald Trump to the wall on.
OK, Martha, well, we look forward to talking to you a little later. Thanks so much for now.
Right, time for a quick break now. Next on the Sky News special programme.
OK, we don't need that just for the moment. We'll be coming back to that in a moment. There's the news, but we're going to keep our eye on the stocks, what's going on, how the stocks are moving tonight. We've seen a big rally this evening. Let me show you. You can see my portfolio. It's had a very green day today, up nearly $700 today, which is very, very nice. The S&P is up. We're just going to focus on the stocks related. Funware is related tonight. Rumble is very pro-Trump. There's not really a Harris stock. If there is one that you think will move because of Harris, let me know and I will share it on the screen. But there really isn't one. Unless you know one, please do request it and I will share it. But anyway, we're getting ready. The world is watching on tonight. We're using this media source because it is a global look at America. It does provide both sides of the argument. It does provide a completely impartial, unbiased approach. It's not opinion-based, it's just facts. We're going to cover everything, check all the facts, and so on and so forth. Right, Mike, call in. Yes, the phone lines are open if you wish to call in. We're now up to 117 watching. Please do tap the like button. We would love to be the best live stream for the US debate. If this works tonight, if we go over 5,000, I will cover the election live, but this needs to be a very successful evening because if we don't have 5,000, Liam's going, you're giving up the night, earning $2 and annoying me because Leah can hear me talking right now and she's trying to watch the TV. So it's her evening off after a busy day at work. So the studio isn't soundproof to where she is. So she's living through all of this. So we'll do the election as long as we get about 5,000 tonight. And so far we are up to 1,307. We're doing well. We might make it. There it is. You might see it there. Look. So very nice indeed. Anyway, let me just mute that a second. Don't let that come through. Let me just bring it back to here. Okay, there we go. So let's see. Any more comments coming in? Let me grab my beer. Mike, call in. Yes, Mike, call in. The phone lines are open. Thank you for moving to the USA, Martin. You add value. Thank you so much indeed. I'm trying to bring the best service to all of my members. Call in, says MSK. What's the ticker symbol for Trump Stakes? Trump Stakes? I don't think there is one. There is a ticker symbol for Trump Media, DJT. But anyway, Cornell West 2024. Brian Bynum, how are you this evening? Welcome to our broadcast. Just about 20 minutes to go now, and we will see the candidates arrive. Things will start getting very exciting then, and people will be sharing their thoughts and opinions. We are running polls. We've got 3 polls. We've got our X poll. I hope everyone can vote on it. We've got our poll here on the channel, plus our community tab as well. Let me share with you what our community tab is. So if I go over to here, we'll come back to the news in a moment. If you go to, you notice they're always taking breaks. I never take breaks. What's all that about? Anyway, let me go to the main channel. Here we are. At the top, you'll see our community tab. Our community tab right there. If I click on it, you will see we have a poll. Please vote here. 217 votes, 18 likes. Donald Trump is winning 70 to 30%. Massive lead right now. So please do vote on that. It's on the community tab and so on and so forth. Right. Okay, coming back now to our news report. Let's hear from all our experts coming in from around the world, not just in America, to give us a global perspective on tonight's event.
Adopted, wasn't it, in 1776? So on so many levels, so significant. But let's talk about the polls, Hillary. It does appear at this stage that things are neck and neck.
Neck and neck. Well, first, hi. Debate day for me is always like, for any pundit, I think, 10 hours of ourselves boring blather and then 90 minutes of sheer panic. And so, you know, we're bordering on the sheer panic time coming soon. Look, the stakes tonight are really high. And I think they
Steak.
wouldn't have
There you
been
go.
as
She
high
mentioned
if
steak,
they
Cedar
didn't have
Trees.
such a dramatic result from the last debate. 50 million people watched that debate between Joe Biden and Donald Trump. And I heard you say earlier, within the first 10 minutes, Joe Biden's presidency was over. And that's a dramatic outcome for a debate, one you don't usually see. We saw, as Amanda said, Hillary Clinton won debates in 2016, and yet Donald Trump won the presidency. So normally a debate wouldn't have such high stakes. But given the compressed time that Kamala Harris has to get the country comfortable with her as commander-in-chief, as president, this is a really big moment for her.
Yeah, I mean, Hillary, the fact is a high percentage of Americans are saying they're not quite sure who Kamala Harris is.
They are, and it's interesting. My personal view is Donald Trump is not going to lose a single vote between now and Election Day.
I thought you might like to know, folks, we have a higher percentage of viewers to members, to subscribers here watching us than Meet Kevin does. I thought I would just share it. Look, Meet Kevin has the #1 audience right now. He has 2 million subscribers with 5,400 viewers. Fantastic, 5,400, but he has 2 million subscribers. We actually have 35,000 subscribers and 121. So if you do the maths, you will find out that we have a bigger percentage. I'm quite thrilled with that. I just thought I'd share that. That's just me with competition, all the rest of it. Anyway, let's carry on going.
Well, I don't think she's untested. I give her a lot of credit. Look, she was a statewide attorney general under a lot of pressure with major cases in California. She was a United States senator for years. She's been a vice president for several years. So she has a record and a history. She has much more qualifications than Donald Trump did when he first ran for president. So I don't think that's a fair charge. I think what she is people aren't sure what's different about her from Joe Biden. And so that gets to kind of the things that she needs to do tonight and the things that she doesn't need to do tonight.
So how does she do that then? Because Donald Trump is certain to, tie her very closely to Joe Biden. How does she break
Watching
away
from Korea
from that, while at the same
Wonderful,
time
TP.
owning the kind of good stuff
Thank
she
you,
wants
Cedar
to talk
Trees.
about?
Yes, I'm very proud of that. To have a higher percentage when we only have 35,000
very
subscribers.
aggressive about putting
Sounds
her
good.
own agenda out there, sounding reasonable on the economy, understanding
Am I live?
that the economy
Yes,
is
I'm
still
live.
not
It says
perfect
live
for
under the
many
video.
people, but she is on the
live
side
stream.
of middle class voters. She needs to hang abortion around his neck. Amanda just said that in the last segment. This is a really important issue, and he has been
We have our
trying to
first
get
down
away
like,
from it for the last 3
118
weeks.
up likes,
She needs
and
to
our
put us
first
back on him
down like.
and make it clear
That's
where
okay.
he's
I can
responsible
live with that.
for millions of American women losing their rights. And the two things she doesn't need to do are defend Joe Biden. She can't do that. She can't spend her time defending the Biden presidency, defending his decisions, defending, the mess ups in Afghanistan. She has to let go of that and not worry about the president's feelings.
Please don't
the second thing is,
dislike
I
the
think, what
down
Hillary
like from
Clinton's
this
advice
report.
was.
We're showing
She
you
can't
all
take the bait
reports from
every
all
time.
sides.
She has to pick
Okay?
her battles.
All
with him.
sides.
So
Please
that
don't
means
down
not
like because you don't like
responding
what
to
this
every
lady is
little
saying.
nasty aside
We're
he
interviewing
gives,
everybody
but
on the
picking
show
big
tonight
one that
from
will
all
end up
sides.
rattling him.
Yeah,
Please
because
understand
that is what
that.
he's going
That's
to
what we're
try
doing
and
here.
do. While she's going to try and reintroduce herself to the American people, he's going to try and shape the perception around her so that
Hello,
she
Portugal.
is left defending the Biden
England.
administration rather than introducing her own policies and strategy.
Right, and that's a trap she just can't fall into. And I'm, hoping and praying that she doesn't. I've talked to some of her team. I think that she understands that.
Okay, we're getting
She is
attacked
very
by trolls
personally
now.
respectful
We're getting
of Joe
people coming
Biden,
in just to
and so
down
it
like.
will
They're
not
coming
be
in and down
easy,
liking in
but
mass
she
now.
is,
That's okay.
committed
That's
to
okay.
making sure that
if we
people
get that, we just deal with that. All right. We'll come back to this in a moment. We are covering all sides of the argument tonight. We're completely neutral, completely respectful. And just to remind you, we're here tonight to bring the United States together. Tonight It's all about the United States. We are using a UK broadcast, so it's completely impartial from all sides of the argument, and we are currently under attack. I'm seeing one after another come in now just to downlike the video. I don't know why. It makes no difference, doesn't do anything, but it just shows you that people just want to try to disrupt what we're doing tonight. We have zero tolerance to rudeness tonight and aggressive behavior. So please just bear that in mind. We won't be tolerating it. So for those of you that are very patriotic, we're going to do this again because we've got a new audience now. Yeah, we've got loads of people coming in now. Loads. Another 10 have just downliked. We're now currently under attack from some hackers, one after another. I can't share with you on the screen. I wish I could, but I can assure you I'm watching downlike to downlike continually as the trolls are coming in. So we are going to fight back by being respectful. So we are here tonight to bring the United States together, all parties, all peoples. This is my tribute to the United States of America. I hope when you hear this, perhaps you reverse your downlike. We've now got 18 now to an uplike. This is to the United States of America. I've sung this in football stadiums around the United States, paying homage and respect to the United States. Let's see if those downlikes turn uplikes. Here we go. Otherwise, it just proves people just want to hate for the sake of hating. Here we go.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight? Oh, the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave? Oh, the land of the free and the home of the
There we go. I just thought I would share that. Every time we get lots of negativity, I will try to combat that with the only way that I know how of bringing people together. 124 likes now with 25 downlikes. The purpose of tonight and the way I'm presenting this tonight was to bring people across the world and America together in a debate of fairness, openness, respectfulness, love, appreciativeness of each other, sharing both sides of the argument, using British news so I can show you both sides of the argument. The debate will be unedited. It'll be as it is. Everyone gets a voice. Everyone can call in. I'm showing every comment, no matter who you are, and yet 25 people choose to be hateful. What could you possibly downlike about this? Now 26. Great sadness that people tonight in America are attacking what we are doing tonight when we're trying to bring people together. And sadly, I can see where the downlikes are coming from. They are coming from, the geographics tells me in the United States. So it's not people around the world watching. So do realize, guys, one person has just has reversed it. It's now down to 24. Do realize the world is watching and seeing how indecisive, how, this is what Americans are doing. Please don't do it. We want the world to look on America tonight favorably with love and respect. It's now gone down to 22 dislikes. It's gone down at 4. That's wonderful to see that. 4 people have changed their mind. That was the purpose of me playing the anthem of the United States of America. I'm here to pay respect. We're down to 21 dislikes now. This is good. I like it. This is what this was all about tonight. If we can turn everyone and make everyone united, get 100% likes for something positive, what an amazing story this would be.
Before Trump came into office.
Not true.
When Trump came in 2016, he took over an economy that was on the way up and was doing well. So,
Hello, meet Kevin
to make
supporter.
it sound like he created this out of whole cloth, I think is very.
But it is a difficult balancing act, isn't it, for Kamala
Down to
Harris
17
kind of
dislikes now,
distance herself
13.
from certain perceptions around
This is
the Biden
amazing.
administration and come across
26
as
down to
someone who is,
13.
The
Amazing.
change maker. the
Amazing.
new
I wish I
fresh
could
blood
show
in
you
all
on the
of this,
screen.
When Trump is going to try and drag her into how the Biden administration has been perceived on this.
I do think that she's got quite a lot
12
to
down
offer
likes
here. So I know that Greg is dying to get in. I think we have a disagreement about inflation.
11 down
worked
likes.
really well in the past in Venezuela, Soviet Union.
Amazing.
I don't think that's something that she can run with. She's got to be careful about that. And I would, when she announced that a few weeks ago, it was the first time she'd announced a policy.
Does she really mean price?
Even the Washington
10.
Post.
In the sense that
I think we talked a little bit about that. The things that she's proposing are things that states are already using. More than 37 states are using these kind of controls that say you can't abuse the consumer in a time of crisis when the supply chain has been upset or that kind of thing. So they're very modest proposals.
Yeah, I mean, grocery stores have 2% margins right now, so I don't know where she's going to find, this price controls.
8. Down to 8.
Executing those practically.
United
But I think
States
the
we are
point is,
indeed this evening.
Granted, Trump was polling, up
That's why I'm here.
significantly more over
I can
Biden
be happy
than
now.
he is on
I did a
Vice
good
President
job.
Harris.
But
he's
how much
still
money
leading
I'm not going to
by
make.
10 plus
This is only
points
going to
on
make me
the
a couple of
economy,
bucks.
10 plus points on the
Done
border.
something good tonight.
Those are the
I can go to
things
bed
that he should
happy.
highlight tonight. And I think on the
Debate
economy,
is in,
it's a tough argument for Vice President
1
Harris.
hour and
If I were
9
her,
minutes.
I would avoid it and kind of sidestep it.
It's going to be hard to avoid it, I think.
Yeah, that's the number one issue for Americans.
No, I never let them go, Mike. We're down to 5. It's been amazing. Down to 5.
Cartoon version of the economy by slapping 10% controls on tariffs.
That's a mistake.
On income.
Yeah.
I don't
Agreed.
think that's a good
4.
way to go. And I think
Down
it
to
would have
4.
exactly the opposite effect. It would hurt consumers and job creation.
Agreement. We don't want too much.
No, we don't.
We've got a long night.
Yeah.
We'll find another one.
Well, our US correspondent James Matthews is in the spin room for us, where many Republicans and Democrats will be watching the debate. James, thanks so much for joining us. It's all gearing up there, isn't it? And we're having a conversation here about the kind of strategy that both parties are likely to adopt.
Nishan Singh, play the anthem.
And really,
you want to hear it again? Well, when the news goes to a break, I'll play it again.
On the one hand, not find herself defending the Biden administration's record. Because frankly, she was part of that. And then on the other hand, trying to sell herself as this new fresh blood in all of this.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, presenting herself as the change candidate when Trump will say to her tonight, they've certainly been trailing this attack line long enough, that she owns everything that's come out of the White House for the past 4 years.
Now then, let me just mute this for a moment. Remember, you can call in to the show tonight. You can be live on the show. Everybody, members and non-members, I wish there was a way I can share with you the likes and the down likes. I can't because it's an overlay for the production and it's all hidden from screen. Oh, hang on a minute. No, hang on a minute. Can I put this on the screen? Window. Zoom, sound level, sound effects, scenes, program preferences, overlays, network cameras, main words, interview, chat, comments and reactions, camera sticker. No, there is no way. I wish I could, but it's gone down now to 5. Absolutely brilliant. Brilliant. I can't. This is brilliant. United States, this is what we want. Everyone together on both sides of the argument doing a good thing. When does the debate start, Martin? It starts in 1 hour and 6 minutes. But you are going to see the candidates enter in a few moments, arrive at the venue in a few moments. So it's about to kick off. So don't fall asleep. I know it's a long day for everybody. I know. I've been going since 6 o'clock this morning, and it's now 7 o'clock in the evening. So it's been a 13-hour day so far. So I know it's a long day. Trump media, the stock itself is moving upwards at the moment. No surprise, if Donald Trump wins tonight and he's sailing across and he's doing well, this stock will fly. Unfortunately, all down to 4 dislikes now, just 4. If this stock, if he does well tonight, this stock will keep on going. It could really explode tonight. Anyway, so we shall see how it all pans out. Anyway, when Sky News go to a break, we will play the national anthem again. You're asking for it, so we'll do that. These are the spots if you want to call in tonight, if you want to be live on the show. These blue spots here, you can be on the show, you can phone in. Everyone gets a voice, everyone gets a comment. Anyone can call in and have their say. So if you want to do that, then you can, all right? Okay, let's go back to the news for the moment. Candidates will be arriving in a moment.
Mr. Trump, James Matthews from Sky News. Vladimir Putin calls you outstanding, Mr. Musk. What would you call?
Oh, we'll just mute that because there's some music. There's our president, prime minister. We're on a break right now, so this is a perfect time once again. Then we are trying tonight to bring the United States together. So as requested, I think every time we do this, there should be super chats. I'm just saying, if you 99-cent super chat, 100 people watching, 99 cents. Ready? Put a little dime in the slot, and it's like a jukebox. If you like this, put a 99 cents in the slot. You ready? Tonight is the United States of America. We're bringing the world together. We want a debate that is open and honest and fair and free and respectful, and make United States united once again, or at least for the next couple of hours. Are you ready? Let's do it. Let's see those 99-cent super chats. Here we go.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. Oh, the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave? Oh, the land of the free and the home of the
There we go. Fantastic. I tell you what we'll do. We'll play that every time someone requests it. All right, we'll play it if you request it. We've got some super chats coming through now, which is absolutely wonderful. Let's hear from the floor. Oh, there we go. We're just playing the audio. We're on the break right now. We're just waiting for the next section to begin in a moment. The whole world is watching in. All these countries around the world. We have members now in 65 countries. We have 14 languages here on the show. All around the world, we have people tuning in tonight to our show, which is absolutely fantastic. Thank you very, very much indeed. Let's bring all of these. When you do a super chat, it will read your comment out as well. If you do a super chat, it will read your comment out on the screen. So put a message in and it will read it out. So thank you to all of those. Mike, thank you very much, mate. You don't have to do it. I appreciate all your work as a moderator. It's very kind of you, Mike. You do such great work. All of my moderators do. Thank you so much indeed. Appreciate that. It'll come on a second, all the super chats, and read out the comments. Hey, Brian. Martyn, you're doing an awesome job. Thanks for always presenting the facts. Also, you're doing great for as long as you've been going today. It's been a long day, but I really wanted to do this tonight and bring the world together. But we've got super chats now coming in from all corners of the world in all languages. This is great. You'll see it on the screen in a moment, I'm sure. Oh, flipping heck. I've just realised. That was turned off. That was turned off. That was turned off. It will come through in a second. I've just realised I had a few things shut down. I can replay that though if I've missed any. In fact, that's what I'll do. I had a few things turned off from setting up earlier. Let me just double check I've done everything. Yes, I have. Okay. We got our first caller on the phone. MSK is calling in to be on tonight's show. That's absolutely wonderful. So let me replay a couple of these. I might have just missed a couple, so I'll just replay if I did. Let me just make sure I don't want to miss anybody. Very, very important.
David Hensley donated $2 through a super chat. Thanks, Martin.
Thank you very much. Oh, there's another one. Thank you, David Hensley. There's a few here.
Jerry and Elba donated $2 through a super chat.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate that very much indeed. Okay.
The US election campaign.
The former President Donald.
Just waiting for this to begin. We can bring our first guest in. Just a moment. I wish Robin Hood would stop sending out these silly posts every 5 seconds. Thank you, Brian.
Brian Bynum donated $1 through a super chat.
Thank you very much, John K. Hey, Frederick, how you doing? Mike, thank you. Harris, Walt, 2024. Thank you. Oh, we'll go back now to the venue.
From Philadelphia.
Oh, we're still playing music. We'll get rid of that. We don't want that. Here are our two experts on both sides
the Democrats
of the argument. Stop playing music. Thank you, Mike.
Mike 166A donated 99 cents through a super chat.
Watching from Nicaragua. Incredible. Randy Giffen, if you become a member, you'll be the very first person as a member from Nicaragua, and you get to fly the flag for your country. That would be incredible. Love that. It'd be amazing. Let's listen in right now. Now we're down to the last hour. Stop playing music all the time. The team is a family. That's nice.
Jerry
I love
and
that.
Elba donated $5 through a super chat.
Thank you, Jerry and Elba.
This team is a family.
Yes, thank you.
Yalda Hakim and Mark Austin.
Well, it's been a campaign like no other, but this could tonight be the moment when one candidate makes a decisive break.
I'm calling on...
Okay, we're just keeping the audio out, the music out. Tim Rogers, they solved the shipping issue. There you go. Very nice, Indy. I'm glad you sorted that. Yeah, man, Steve, got it covered. 100 million assets, if so, it doesn't apply to you. Hey, Bruno. Hey, Stephen. Wonderful stuff indeed. Right, we're down now just to 55 minutes. We're nearly there. We'll be seeing our candidates making their way onto the stage shortly. It's going to get very exciting soon. I'm excited about tonight. I think it's going to be like no other we've ever seen before. I think tonight's event is going to be extremely dramatic, to say the least. Very theatrical, very entertaining, no doubt about it. Let's see how it all pans out. Thanks for all these subscribers, by the way. Incredible stuff. We're now up to 114 likes. Thank you ever so much. Let's bring my first guest in. The phone lines are open, so if you want to be on tonight's show, more members coming in.
Mr. Ask has become a member.
Thank you very much indeed. So here we go. We'll put in guest number one. Let's bring our guest on tonight, our very first guest. So let's do this right now, and then we'll come back to all this in a moment. Good evening, MSK. Welcome to the United States election debate. How are you, my friend?
Mr. Ask has become a member.
Oh, hang on, you're muted. Your mic's muted. Can you just unmute yourself?
Yeah, sorry.
That's
said,
better.
Not too
There you
bad.
go.
How are you?
I'm very well indeed. How are you how are you tonight, mate?
kind of sleepy. It's about 1 a.m., but
I'm going to say.
TP
American,
donated
viewers
2,000 South
tuned in
Korean won through a super chat.
or have called in, to be honest.
Yes, I'm glad you called in. It's 1 a.m. for you. I've been going like 13 hours myself, and we've got a few viewers saying they're going to stick with us all through the night. It's going to be a late night, like 3 or 4 in the morning time we're finished for you. So, no, not for me, Leah. Not for us. Not for us. Don't worry. Leah just clarifying. Yeah, it's not going to be 3 or 4 in the morning for us. No,
Frederick
it will be.
Donated 10
it will be
Swedish
for
kronor
those.
through a super chat.
Thank you, Frederick. That's a wonderful tip, all the way from. That's all the way from Sweden. Thank you very much, Frederick. Yes, it's going to be a late night for those in the United States, in the United Kingdom. But so, what do you think tonight to MSK? What are we going to get? I know you're English, and you can't vote like me. I can't vote either. I'm only a green card holder. But what do you make of tonight?
Well, it's ABC. So
Stephen Lewandowski donated 99 cents through a
Democratic outlet. Trump is definitely not going to be favored. I'm pretty sure. I don't know if I can say this, but I'm pretty sure that Kamala pretty much has the questions at hand, and she's prepared for it accordingly. But I still think that Trump's going to absolutely destroy her. I'm just going to be honest.
It's going to be 2 very different styles. There's no doubt about that.
It's a very diplomatic way of putting it, Martin. I love that.
Tonight, I'm trying to keep tonight to be completely neutral. I'm just here to present the news. I'm here. It's why I'm using Sky News. They're doing a great job having experts on both sides. We're not doing what they do in the US, CNN or Fox, where it's all one-sided, opinion-based news. We're trying to be, open and honest here. And that's what tonight's about. And I'm so happy. I wish I could show you, but the down likes went through the roof. And then when I played the national anthem and explained that we're trying to bring United States back to being united once again, I have gone down. I peaked at 35 down likes. We're now down at 6. They reversed into a like. We're 143 likes. I wish I could share it on screen, but there's no way I can actually do it, which is really frustrating. But it's good. If we can bring the world together tonight and bring this, debate back to the table rather than shouting at each other. And I have heard tonight there could be some offensive behavior on stage. Now, I don't know if that's going to happen, but there's been rumors, been information from the camps. There's going to be a little bit of aggression going on stage. We'll wait and see. We don't want to say who or why and what yet, but let's hope not.
Again, I feel that this is political, ploys to get one candidate to be demonized in a sense. And we know who all that candidate.
Yeah, but what we want tonight is we want a United States. We want whoever becomes the president to be presidential, to reflect the mood of America, to be respectful, and because people love America around the world, and they want to love and respect the president and just be presidential. That's all we ask for: politeness, respectability, and then you can have difference of opinion, but no aggression, no bullying, none of that. We don't want any of that. And I hope we don't get that tonight, but we shall see. But I'm going to get back to the news in a moment. So just please give me your final thoughts and any messages to the world tonight.
You know what? I called in Martin because I'm obviously a somewhat neutral candidate because I can't vote. I live in the UK. I just want to make the audience very clear. I can't vote. I'm in the UK. So I'm a very non-biased candidate. I'm only speaking upon what I'm seeing on the global news and all the evidence that I'm weighing up. Okay, so I can't vote Trump or Kamala. Kamala, however you want to pronounce that name. I know that even the pronunciation of that name is getting a lot of criticism. So I'm an Indian. Okay, I can say it how I want it. Okay. Anyway, I'm not going to go into that debate, but I'm just saying, out of respect for Martin, I thought I'd call in because I thought more people would call in just to give their opinions at least.
Well, a lot of people like to say stuff, we had some very aggressive people this morning in the build-up to this saying horrible stuff in the chat. We had a very violent chat this morning, the worst ever. Very, very disgusting behavior. And I gave them, it was extremely offensive towards me, as worse as you could imagine.
Oh, wow, okay.
Yeah, it was very unpleasant to the point I nearly went off air because of it. I wasn't happy at all. But I gave them all the chance to share me the information, call in, say what it is you think you know and what you think you believe. Not one person did. So, but a lot of people like to shout about stuff and then do nothing about it. So, we invite people to call in, have their say, send me messages, whatever you want. And if, they don't very often, it's just a lot of noise. But I appreciate you calling in. Thank you very much. Stick with us as much as you can. Enjoy the entertainment. It is going to be entertaining. I can assure you that.
Yeah, sorry, did you say this morning someone actually called in and there was some kind of...
on the opening bell this morning.
Right. Oh, wow. Okay. I obviously missed that then.
Yeah, it was very unpleasant. But, as the show gets bigger, we get more and more people. See, I've studied this a lot. People that don't engage with every comment, it just gets filtered, ignored. But because I give everyone the opportunity to speak, then people then sometimes abuse it, and then they turn it around, and then it becomes something very unpleasant, which it did this morning. So, but we keep adjusting policies to fix these things. There's always improvements and filters and things I add to, so it won't happen again. And my moderators, as always, do a great job. So anyway, I want to get back to the news. So thanks for calling in. I appreciate it and enjoy the debate.
Absolutely. Always a pleasure.
Thank you very much. MSK from England. Lovely to have MSK on the show tonight. Always a pleasure having him phone in. Fantastic. Right, let's go back to the hall where we're broadcasting tonight. Please do tap the like button. And please also, if you can, subscribe to the channel. Would be absolutely wonderful. Okay, let's bring in the audio now.
Can develop policy, flesh out a programme for government. It is more of an interrupted monologue on the part of both, largely or certainly heavy on political pantomime. They will both come with political stand-up routines, playing it for moments, the kind of moments that will live on in social media for the millions who consume their news on a vertical screen and won't necessarily be sitting through the 90 minutes of debate.
Yeah, and that's the point as well, isn't it, James? That it was those moments that Donald Trump captured last time where he was able to portray Joe Biden as, frankly, a mess. And he captured, and he's very good at capturing those moments. So it will be about whether Kamala Harris can,
So let's Wrath Wizard saying... He's saying, no aggression or bullying. Come on, don't be soft, Martyn. Okay, I disagree. I think aggressive argument is necessary. Let me just explain where I'm coming from. I don't believe there is anything soft about me. Not only, have I... had military training and I have discipline and stamina and I never give up. You don't have to be aggressive and a bully to make a point. You can be, I'd say it's the difference between Terminator and James Bond. Terminator's got loads of bombs, he blows you up and obliterates you from the face of the earth. Whereas James Bond would come in the middle of the night, very quietly step in and take care of you and leave again. I kind of use that as an example. If you've got an education and if you've got stamina and discipline and a knowledge of your argument, you can present it in a way that can solve the issue strongly with conviction, but with a credible argument. You don't need to resort to bullying. It's why children in a playground bully each other, because at a young age, and it also goes on in later life, people bully each other because they are insecure in themselves. They can't win the argument with conversation, strength of character. They have to resort to violence or abusive behavior. So there's no need for aggression. You don't need to come out the gate and blast everybody. I believe whispering is a far more powerful level than shouting. And that has been proven by the highest level of military, the SAS, the Navy SEALs. They whisper. If you whisper in someone's ear in a certain tone and a certain level of control, discipline, intelligence, you can scare the hell out of your opponent. If you come on and you scream and shout at the top of your voice, we have a saying in England, it's called empty vessels make the most noise. There's nothing clever about shouting. You're shouting because you have nothing else to say. If you have to resort to calling people names, stuff like that, that's not very smart. It's not necessary at all. One of our great leaders in England was Sir Winston Churchill, and he used words and language to win the Second World War. Didn't just have to scream and shout at the top of his voice, even though he did like to raise his voice from time to time. So let's just bear that in mind. We do not need aggressiveness. If you've got strength in character, that is all that's required. So I invite you to respond back. Let me just see what you said to that. I will engage with anyone tonight, members and non-members. I don't think you're soft, Martyn. It's all that speech. It's that all speech should be allowed. But yes, I mostly agree with you. I disagree with Trump's rhetoric a lot. I'm supporting Trump and not Kamala. That's interesting. So you are a supporter of Trump, but you don't like, you disagree with the rhetoric. Well, that's respectful. I can respect that. At the end of the day, each party, each candidate has their own political views. Both political views should be respected because they are representing the United States. Apparently, these are the two best Americans. The two best Americans are on stage representing America, and one of them becomes the best person in America, effectively. So, you know, that's what it's all about. So, but all speech should be allowed. Well, you don't, I mean, all speech should be allowed, but you don't have to swear at somebody, do you? If I was debating you now, Wrath Wizard, if you were on my show, if you called in, I don't have to swear at you and use an F word, do I? That's just because I've got nothing else to say and I've got no control of my language. If I just swear at you, that's not credible. That doesn't make me look bigger. That doesn't put you down. It just makes me look an idiot for swearing. Nothing clever about that. You know, so we need to be respectful. We don't, I mean, if you were on the show and you called me Baldy, hello, Baldy, and I called you a fatty, you smell. I'm just using the example. There's nothing credible about that. And if I was once upon a time standing to be an MP, member of parliament, which is like a senator in the United Kingdom, I would have been in the government. My seat won, but I decided to travel around the world and do other things. If I'd got voted in and I'd worked my way up and I'd become the Prime Minister of England, which could have happened, it could have done, I wouldn't have gone around swearing at people, calling them fat and stinky and smelly and stupid. That wouldn't be very smart, would it? So anyway, there you go. That's just what I'm saying. You can lead with conviction. You can lead with discipline and strength of character, physically strong as well. But like Vladimir Putin always likes to ride around with a bare chest to show his bare chest. Bit silly. I've done Tough Mudder. I've done the London Marathon. I've trained. I've done military training. I don't run around with my chest out to show you how amazing my chest is. And, I'm relatively fit. There's no need for that. Anyway, I appreciate our debate backwards and forwards. Did the debate start? Did I miss it? No. It's just coming out in about half an hour. Nope, not yet. Empty vessels make the most noise. That is very, very true. I'm empty, MSK. No name calling. Just use facts to make the point. Correct. Since you would really like them, it's a posh It's posh treat people in the UK. Eat posh people in the UK. Got a famous tea and cafe. What's going on here? I think he will try to set traps for her to be off balance. Good. I'm in the right place. Hi, everyone. Yes, you are in the right place. No, Mike, you are all full of it. It's like Bruce Lee. Exactly. It's like Bruce Lee. Exactly. Very, very good way of putting it. Yes. There's a way to be aggressive without being aggressive. You're right. There's a way to be aggressively correct. I like this. Wrath Wizard. We've had a conversation. We've had a debate. And here we are, agreeing with each other. Wrath Wizard, me and you, we could run the United States together. We came in seeing things slightly different. Now we see eye to eye. I love it. I love it. If you are here right now in the chat, you in this chat, know that I love you. I love it. I'll pack it in. She's at a meeting, Stacey. Trump 2024. Oh, well, tell her hi. Who wants more tariffs in 2025? Educate everybody every day. I'm loving it. I went the other day and I watched a debate between Mitt Romney and Obama and question what happened. I love it. Trump is way too smooth for her. Let's see. Calm down voice is more effective. Yes, it is. Got my Royal Mail email update today. I get to the Chopper's shirt soon. I love it. He will dance like a cobra around Kamala. Okay, less tariffs. We need EV. I'm for Kamala Harris. Pronounce Kamala. Kamala. There you go, Kamala. Thank you very much for correcting me, Vanessa Davis. She has experience and the temperament to do a good job. Well, let's get down to it. We are coming up to the time now. It's getting very, very exciting. Let's go into our news, see what we got here.
I know that I said he was more disciplined. He certainly has had a couple debates where he hasn't done great. In the 2020 election, he definitely had a subpar performance. But he overall, I don't know that you've seen a lot of better debaters. So, I mean, had he not done well in 2016 in the Republican primary,
we are now at 148
had he been a mediocre
likes
debater. I mean, he rose
and
to
just
the top on his
6
debate performance.
down likes.
And nobody
absolutely
in American history has blown
fantastic.
Somebody out of
Thank you ever so much,
campaign
everybody.
From a debate performance like he just did to Joe Biden.
Really great.
I think if he doesn't lose it, if he sticks to the policy, he's going to do great. And that's her big weakness, are the policies of high inflation, out of control border, and national security disasters. And she's going to have a tough time explaining that. Not to mention, she's been all over the map, a whole host of issues from tax policy to criminal justice. It's a difficult position for her to be in because she doesn't have a record here of, a consistent record, and she hasn't been exposed to the American people the way Donald Trump has been.
Yeah, certainly her advisors are telling her not to chase every attack if he does go on the attack, which we are expecting him to do so. But Joe, I just want to show our viewers these live images that are coming in from just a few blocks away from the convention center, where we're expecting the debate to take place this evening. We're seeing a group of pro-Palestinian protesters. They've gathered outside of Philadelphia's City Hall, and they at present,
not long to go now. I can tell you now that the Trump trade of the evening is this. Trump media, Kamala Harris doesn't have one. If you do have a stock that you think is Kamala Harris related, let me know and we'll share it. But Trump media is going up after hours, nearly 5%, 4.73. Please do share it, and I will share it on the screen.
But, do you expect these foreign policy issues to be discussed and debated this evening as well?
Well, I hope so. I think the American people deserve a discussion of foreign policy. The world was in a much better place when Donald Trump was in office. Russia invaded Ukraine under Biden's watch, Biden-Harris watch, and of course the Middle East erupted. And we are not in a safe, stable environment. A number of Americans from all walks of life are concerned about international affairs, and some of these some of these foreign policies crises spiraling completely out of control.
Not that long to go
We're
now.
Witnessing some real tragedies in the Middle East.
We got up to 1,600 views so far. I predicted 5,000.
Kamala Harris.
I'll share with you, look, this is what I predicted. 5,000 I thought we could do. And the debate is half an hour away. So we just might do that. 1,600 so far. You can see how it rises as we build the event. So we're doing well. Just keeping my eye on that. If tonight is successful, we'll do the election. If not, I won't be doing the election. Let's mute that. We're going to a break again. So not that long to go now. Just half an hour or so. Yes, the stocks are moving for Donald Trump stocks. So if you've just tuned in, please do tap the like button and consider subscribing to the channel. We are just half an hour away. We are running polls on the channel, on the community tab of the channel, and we're also running a poll on my X account. Here is the X account if you want to go and vote on X as well. There is the X in the chat. But now, as we are on a break, once again, we are trying to bring the United States together tonight. If you do enjoy this, check out my music channel. I was voted by Elton John as the World Piano Man. There is the link in the chat. I've got songs like this when I'm singing in stadiums across America, football games, all sorts of things. I do a whole July the 4th playlist, American music. But right now, here's a little taster. Please click on subscribe on my music channel. The link's in the chat. We'll be right back right after these commercial breaks. But right now, here is the United States National Anthem, sung by me and recorded. Here it is.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight? Oh, the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave? Oh, the land of the free and the home of the brave.
There you go. There is the Star-Spangled Banner. Okay, we are back with the news. We've just half an hour to go. The candidates will be arriving very shortly.
Do much less for Ukraine.
Both sides of the argument being
He
presented.
hasn't been as vocal as Vice President Harris or Joe Biden about unquestioned support for Ukraine, or, as Biden says, as much.
Please
as
leave a comment on your super chats. It will read them out if you want to have your say. If you want to call in, you can call in as well.
They didn't give F-16s at the beginning, and they changed on that later. They restricted the Ukrainians on what they could do with the weapons. So what's important is to look back at what Trump has done. And I think Congressman Waltz said this earlier. During the Biden and Obama years, they gave blankets and non-lethal weapons to Ukraine. They were afraid to offend Putin, so they shipped those blankets and helmets to an airbase, a U.S. airbase in Poland, and then trucked them in commercial trucks, not American flag trucks, to Kyiv. Now, that was possibly helpful. And when Trump came in, it was Javelin missiles. And that
Ed
was
Nevius donated
$9.99
through a super chat.
Being,
Thank you.
Having deterrence.
Thank you, Ed. Much appreciated.
And, ahead of the game. And so instead of waiting till there's a crisis. So Trump has done that very deliberately. I think he will again.
Will he continue to
I think he will. I think he will.
He doesn't give that impression.
I mean, he's he's basically said he can end this war in 24
yeah,
hours.
that's-
And we've heard the sort
that-
of things that
that-
J.D.
and-
Vance has said. The focus needs to shift towards Asia.
That's I think, a policy that many Americans believe in, including Democrats, that, that has to be, Obama called it the pivot to Asia. So,
and that was a mistake.
in retrospect, it
Just
was
28
because he did
minutes
it
to go.
prematurely. He took his eye off the Middle East. He took his eye off Europe. Trump did not take his eye off
Thank
the
you,
Middle
Wrath
East.
Wizard.
Abraham Accords, peace and prosperity.
Consider
He didn't
becoming
take
a
his eye
member of
off
our
Ukraine. He was
channel.
sending javelin missiles
Then you get
and other
access to
lethal
all the
weapons there.
free
So,
training.
what
You
Trump
can call
says
in.
sometimes
You
is
can
different
get
than what
special
he
videos,
does.
members-only
And
live streams,
that's
members-only
confusing,
videos.
and I surely admit that.
Comments,
But I think what
replies,
he's saying here is
reviews done,
respect the
earnings
American
done.
voter who's seen an open border and 10 million illegal migrants come in at the same time we're sending $60 billion to Ukraine.
Yeah.
So I think there has to be a little bit of balance there.
John, what do you think Donald Trump, if he wins, will do on Ukraine? I mean, as Yalda says, he says, I can sort it out in 24 hours. I mean, that is, exceedingly unlikely.
Yes, as like he did with North Korea.
Stephen
What sort of that
Lewandowski
out?
donated $1.99 to a super chat. USA, USA,
Well, I'm not in
USA,
foreign policy
USA, 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 USA.
Are experts in foreign policy who have served with Donald Trump have been running away from him very publicly in the last few days as fast as they possibly can. His former chief of staff, Mark Esper, the generals that have served under him have said not only is he not competent, but he is a danger to U.S. military interests into the security of America. So even his former vice president, Mike Pence, has said, I'm not supporting
Yes,
this guy,
CPI,
I'm voting for
PPI
this guy."
tomorrow.
So
We'll be covering it in
people
the
that have a
morning, of
very
course.
close knowledge
It's all
of Donald
preparing to
Trump,
the FOMC
have
report
said
and
he's
inflation numbers.
Unsuitable
Don't worry,
for
it's
the
all
role
fine.
of commander-in-chief, and I tend to believe them.
I guess when you think about the last few years, I mean, the Biden administration has presided over two wars, the Ukrainian war and the war that's flared up in the Middle East. When I spoke to Tony Blinken today, I mean, he couldn't quite give us any real clarity as to what
Hey,
the
Leah,
Biden administration's Iran
look
policy
on the
is,
screen
for
now.
example. I mean, just imposing sanctions, for example, cannot be an overall strategy
In the
for
chat
dealing with Iran,
from Zaxay,
who is sending ballistic missiles to the Russians and also sending missiles
I'll put it
to
on the
likes of
screen in
Hamas
about
and
in a few seconds.
Trump's policy, as I recall, was just to say no and to bail out
Zach
of
Zite
anything that the
donated
previous
$2
president
to a
had done.
super chat.
And I think that was a big
USA,
mistake.
Leah
So,
to be the first lady. USA.
He's got to come up with some more coherent policies. I hope that we'll see some of that tonight. Maybe we won't. He, as your previous guest said,
DJ T Stock, we'll look at that right
the
now.
Trump that shows up tonight is going to
There
be
you go.
the one who glosses over some of these things that are
It's
very
been rising
substantive and
steadily.
people
This is
want
the
to hear
Donald
about.
Trump stock.
Yeah.
As
Well,
you
we'll
can
have to
see, it's been rising
how these
steadily
policies,
after
evolve,
hours.
under
It'll
both
all
of
kick
these,
off when the
administrations, but also tonight in
debate
the
begins.
Right, time for a quick break now. Next,
Always
on the
having
Sky
breaks.
News,
Always
special
having breaks.
programme,
I never have a break.
We will be live.
Nonsense.
A watch party in.
Always having a break, these people. Same in America. Everybody's having a break every 10 seconds. I never take breaks. What's going on? Bloody hell. Get on with it. Get on with it. Stop bloody moaning and get on with it. Dear, oh dear. I can't play the national anthem again every 5 minutes. It's getting ridiculous. And I'd love to play Sweet Caroline. I'd love to play American Pie for you. The trouble is copyright won't allow me. That's on my music channel, so I'm sorry I can't. But I do have an American playlist. If you go on my music channel, I'll give you the link. Here is the link to my music channel. You can go and check out my American playlist. But I can't sing American Pie or Sweet Caroline or any of those American songs because it just will get flagged, whereas the national anthem is absolutely fine. These are all the countries around the world. We have members in 65 countries around the world. We're very excited. 14 languages. And these are all our countries watching the show. Very exciting, right? Yeah, Leah is the only lady I would vote for an election besides myself, obviously. Leah, oops. Tea break. Tea breaks are okay. Tea breaks are okay. I agree with that, James, but not constant sitting on your ass. I can drink tea and carry on working, right? What's going on? Leah, Stacey, tune into my music channel. I'm reading out my own comments. What's going on here? Super chat. I second Leah as the First Lady. There you go. All right. So we're off and running then. We're off and running. Other than I'm not American. So, you know, even if I get my citizenship, which I'm doing, I will be a citizen of the United States, and then I can vote, of course. But right now I'm a green card holder. But even then, I won't be able to be the president. You have to be American to be the president. You can't just get... what do you call it? You know, your green card and your passport, and then get voted as a president.
Stacey Bailey donated $2 through a super chat. USA, USA. I second Leah as First Lady. USA, USA.
I love it. Okay, just 20 minutes to go. Not that long to go now for the debate. It's going to be very, very exciting indeed. What are we looking like now? We've got, how many likes we got now? 114. Let me refresh it. We're just moments before we get the candidates on stage. 151 likes, 91 watching. Thank you very much indeed. 1,697 have come through. I said it would be 5,000. I'm a little bit short yet, but we are obviously waiting for the event to start. So you never, 1,698. It might get there. Let's see. But we are a way to go before it starts. We've got 20 minutes, so we shall see what happens. Dang keyboard. Don't worry about that. It's all good. It's all good. This land is your land. Thank you very much, Cedar Trees. That's very kind of you. This land is our land. This land is your land. That's very nice. Very nice. Appreciate that. Okay, let's have a listen in now then. What have they got to say now then?
Straight to our Martha Kellner, who's there for us. And Martha, you're at what we describe as a
Martha
watch
Kellner.
party.
What's going on, Martha? San Francisco.
Yeah, I'm at a place called the Chapel Yalda. It's an ex-chapel converted into a live music and event space. And in around 25 minutes' time, on the big screen behind me, the debate will begin between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. These are not.
Well, thanks for bringing us that. Now we know exactly what's going on. On that screen behind her, there's going to be a debate between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. Thank God I tuned in to Sky News for that information.
Swing states, those 7 states.
It's been a long day.
That are so key
I've got to add some
election
humour to it.
That she has to be concerned about. She needs to tell her story, inject a bit of her.
It's going to get silly in a minute. I just don't care anymore.
Remind them of her policies, what sort of a president she will be. I'm just going to bring in here 2 ladies from San Francisco, Diane and Laura. Laura, how key is this debate tonight to Kamala Harris's chances of beating Donald Trump?
I think this is going to be an incredibly important night for her. I think there's a lot of expectations.
It's going to be incredibly important for both candidates, I would have said. Just saying.
I mean, we saw the consequences for President Biden for what happened, and I think
we should just have a laugh. For the next 20 minutes, let's let loose. Grab a beer, everybody. Cheers, everybody. The next 20 minutes, let's talk nonsense. If we can find fun in it, we're finding fun in it. You ready? 20 minutes of nonsense and jokes. Here it comes, and then we'll get serious again, all right?
Sense that this is make or break for Kamala Harris. We've not seen her on a debate stage of this magnitude yet.
That's a good question. Make or break? I hope it's not a break.
Make or break. What do you reckon?
I think a lot of folks are going to get to know her that don't know her very well. So I'm hopeful that it'll be a positive.
She is a genius. Martha Kellner, she told us on that screen in a minute, we're going to get the debate with Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. Brilliant. I'm glad we saw that. Otherwise, I'd be thinking, where the hell am I going to stream this tonight? I just don't know what to do.
Then I can see via your hat. How key do you think this is for Kamala Harris? And Donald Trump is known for being very combative on these sort of stages. How can she take the fight to him?
Well, I think this is, kind of what my friend had said here, that this is a very critical moment for her to really introduce herself to America, because there's 28% of people that said they still want to know who she is. So this is her opportunity to show her. I'm from Oakland and where she's from, and we were very proud of her, and she's a very strong, amazing woman in her right. And so I think this is her opportunity to show America who it is. And I think she's going to do well in giving some zingers.
What did the chicken say before he crossed the road, Mike? Tell me. Leah, my favourite tea at the moment is Ringtone's Gold Tea. I love it. Hey, my kids play soccer. Well, still rubbish. Football, proper football. And I mean English football. I don't mean football where you use your hands, like in America. I don't mean football, which is handball. I mean football, which you play with your feet. Soccer, no one plays with their socks. I don't know why Americans call it soccer. No idea. Let's go Ketchup. Got a chance to know her. Get a chance to know her. She has been vice president. What? I agree, Ed Nevius. Never heard of Kamala Harris. I've got no education whatsoever. I need this debate to find out who the vice president of the United States is. I agree, totally. Can you play Harris Copper? Can you play Harris Copper? Zach say, that's not funny. That's a rubbish joke. What sort of joke is that? Who knows? I didn't know chickens talked. Is that the level? Is that the level? Is that the level of the jokes? Oh my God! I must rake you, Dolph Lundgren, to his yard. What is going on here, Mike? What? Wah. Yeah, I must carry Lakeview. I must carry Lakeview to the state of Arizona. What is going on here? I don't understand these jokes. Is it an American thing?
Have the understanding of who she is, like the people in this room do.
Martha, thanks very much indeed. I'm joined now by the former White House senior advisor for President Trump, Omarosa Manigault-Newman. Thank you for being with us, and you'll be with us
18 minutes to go.
The night itself, I mean the election night itself, and we look forward to that. Now, you know a few things about Donald Trump, so what would Kamala Harris's best...
You know him. What's he like?
Well, Mark, I've been with Donald Trump on a couple of these debates and helped to prep him and advise him ahead of these debates. And tonight is a high stakes night for both candidates.
Yes.
Now, a lot of attention will be focused on Kamala Harris's performance, and this is a crucial night for her. But as someone who used to live in California for 15 years and had a chance to actually vote for Kamala Harris, I can tell you that she is equipped for this.
Oh, I see now. I must break you. Okay, now I'm with you. Now I'm getting it. I must break you. Yeah, on his gloves. Remember now.
Tonight is the night for her to deliver, for voters to get to know her. It's crucial that she explains her positions. She clarifies those pivots, and some would say where she flip-flopped on certain key issues. But I've seen her in action, and I think that she'll surprise a lot of people who underestimated the vice president.
Of course, the risk is that Donald Trump gets to define Kamala Harris rather than Kamala Harris defining herself.
Yeah, he's not
That's
that
a good point.
I mean, it'll be very surprising that if he's able to show any type of constraint. He's angry that she is so close to him in the polls. He's upset and he lashes out, as you see on his platform on Truth Social. And so on this stage, asking him to remain measured, calmed, and disciplined is a very difficult task for the president.
Yeah, of course, because Kamala Harris wouldn't be standing on this stage had it not been for the last debate that we saw, the high stakes debate that we saw that effectively pushed Joe Biden out of this race. I guess the question is, will Kamala Harris
getting some comedy creep in
to
now.
the kinds of
I like
attacks
it.
that we're used to seeing from Donald Trump? And he will have, a certain set of words, phrases. He will find ways to goad her, to bait her.
Mm-hmm. To your point, Zelda, I mean, first of all, let's put it in context. That debate was one of the earliest presidential debates we've ever seen. It was prior to even the convention.
I've seen Chicken Run the movie. You're right. Chickens do talk. You're right. Chicken licking talks as well.
The campaign, I think that's important to put in context. She
That's
knows what's
He's
on
right
the
there.
line. She knows that it's critical for her to deliver. And you're absolutely right. Kamala Harris is going to have to rise to the occasion and show Americans that she has what it takes to lead this country. And it's going to be a heavy task for her, but I believe that she'll deliver.
Is it possible to lay a glove on Donald Trump? I mean, he survives pretty much everything. 2 impeachments, court cases, the Capitol riots, numerous complaints of misogyny. I mean, he survives all this and carries on. And the difference could be that Kamala Harris may not be able to survive a big blow to her should it happen tonight.
Mike?
Yeah, that's a really important point. There was a nickname that they used to call Donald Trump in New York. They called him Teflon Don because nothing would stick. And so we will see if, in fact, she can
Just a few minutes to go now.
His little trigger points. Now, Donald Trump does have some vulnerable points. You've seen him lash out anytime you question his ability to perform. If you question his wealth, for instance, it's a very sore spot for him. If you question his ability to perform at the presidency, at his job in real estate or business, if you question his level of success, these are trigger points that he just can't help himself. He will lash out at her if she
All right,
touches
then, I'll give you that.
on any one of those issues, particularly questions about his wealth.
So when we think about the last couple of months, I mean, they have been extraordinary. An assassination attempt, you know, the Republican National Convention, where Donald Trump looked like he was marching towards some kind of victory. And then this twist where, you know, Joe Biden steps aside, Kamala Harris steps in. And so here we are, and this really could go any which way.
It certainly could go anyway. And you know what? One of the things, Zelda, that I think that he squandered was the aftermath of that assassination attempt. He had the hearts of America praying for him and hoping that he recovered. And within 48 hours, he squandered that empathy that America had for him. If
Few minutes to go.
way that he can remind Americans
countdown
that he
is
did
on.
survive that harrowing account, then certainly maybe he can tap into some of their sympathies.
Can everyone
But I don't think
tap
that
the like
that's where
button,
Donald is
please,
going to
and
go.
consider subscribing to the
Donald
channel?
is
I
gonna
really appreciate
nail
it.
her on being the
We're trying to
border
raise
czar.
money for
Donald
charity
is gonna
tonight as
nail
well.
her
If
on
you
the
can,
withdrawal, right?
if you
Donald is
can,
going to try
subscribe to
find
my
these
music channel. The
weaknesses that
link's in
his
the chat.
advisors have tried to
When we get to
get him
10,000
to
subscribers, we
remain
could do
and focus
charitable
on.
giving.
But
YouTube, turn
in
it
true
on.
Donald Trump
There's the
style,
X account. There's
I
the
have seen
Instagram.
that in
There's
these
Discord.
situations,
And there's the
he
all links
just
button.
isn't able to stay on track. We'll just have to see if he's able to do so tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. Well, look, we may talk to you later, possibly, if not, certainly on election night itself. Omarosa, thanks very much indeed.
Why don't you talk to me on election night, eh?
Well, tonight's debate could be make or break for both.
They're going to go for a break now, aren't they?
For the votes
They're going to go
of
for a
the
break.
undecided. But where do
Another
the pair
one.
stand in the polls right now?
You
Sky's
watch.
US election data analyst Lewis Goodall takes us through the numbers. Have a look.
This has been a very unusual presidential election for lots of reasons. One of the really weird things about it is that one of the candidates, Kamala Harris, has barely been in it for any length of time at all. Normally, they might have a year or so to bed in. And as a result, let's have a look at our poll tracker here.
But where do
Another
the pair
one.
stand in the polls right now?
You
Sky's
watch.
US
Whoops.
election
Hang
data
on.
analyst
Beg your
Lewis
pardon.
Goodall
Wrong
takes
button.
us through the numbers. Have a look.
This has been a very unusual presidential election. You can see Kamala Harris perhaps associated here with all sorts of different problems, one of the candidates, Kamala Harris,
Bear with me. I've just pressed the wrong button.
length of time at all.
I can fix it. It's live. It's a live show, right? Stuff happens. Stuff happens, right?
Down. It's almost like there was a kind of collective sigh of relief from the American public who have been yearning for, crying out for, a different choice other than Biden, Trump all over again, and are intrigued by it goes up. More American voters decide that actually we quite like the look of Kamala Harris after all. And so you can see she's been enjoying for the last month or so a significant margin, a significant gap here between Donald Trump's favorability number and Kamala Harris. And yet, just in the last couple of weeks or so, the latest data, there is just the sort of first glimmers that perhaps this might not sustain. That after that sort of post-convention glow that she's enjoyed, that some of that sheen is starting to come off, and Kamala Harris's unpopularity or popularity is starting to decline, and Donald Trump's is starting to go up. Perhaps Donald Trump's attack on her as being too liberal, too left-wing, and so on, is starting to cut through with the American public. One real source of optimism for Harris, though, and one of the reasons this debate is so important, is that most Americans still feel that they don't know that much about her, whereas they know loads and loads about Donald Trump. Everyone's got an opinion on Donald Trump. Kamala Harris still remains a relatively unknown quantity. So if she can introduce herself to the country in this debate, then she still has a good chance. It's one of the many reasons this debate is going to be unusually pivotal and crucial for the Harris campaign.
Lewis Goodall there. Let's return.
To left-wing and so on, is starting to cut through with the American public. One real source of optimism for Harris, though, and one of the reasons this debate is so important.
Right,
is that
we have the
Americans still
Robertson
feel
family
they don't know
on
that
the
much
line. They
about
want
her,
to
whereas
call
they
in and
know
have their
loads
say,
and loads
but
about
you have to
Donald
be on camera. Anyone can call in, but you have to be on camera. So I'm ready to bring you in, but I don't see you on camera at the moment. The Robertson family are in the green room. They want to have their say. But at the moment, I'm not seeing you on camera. We can't have anybody call in that's not on camera, I'm afraid. Right, 9 minutes to go. Robertson family, if you turn your camera on, activate it, then you can be live on the show, have your say, ask questions. We're opening up to everyone tonight, but you do have to be on camera so we can monitor what's going on. It's just the rules of the show, all right? I can see you in the chat, but as at the moment, you're not on camera, so I can't bring you in. Okay? Okay, just a few moments to go now. Let's check what's going on. Just a few moments to go. If you can tap the like button, that would be fantastic. Click subscribe and ring the bell. We're ready to go. So just before we go now, there are two things we would like to do. Just before the debate begins, we've got exactly 8 minutes. We have two sponsors here this evening. They are not corporate sponsors. We take no money from corporate sponsors. We only promote our members who are sponsors. They pay $99. That's it. No more, no less. And they are our members and they want to promote stuff tonight. So please, everybody, if you can help us, you haven't got to buy anything, do anything, download anything at all. We're trying to make this the #1 wedding website in the world. And all we're asking you to do is click on the website for a second. There is the link in the chat. And if you can click on it and people all around the world click on their website, when people are looking for weddings, Charlotte May Weddings is going to pop up first because people all around the world have clicked on it. So it makes their wedding website a lot more popular. If you want to sponsor our channel, we can promote you. We've got people from selling books to top 10 on short stories category on Amazon, from 0 to in the top 10 category. We've got people ranking up. We've got people promoting their channels, their businesses, whatever it might be. So everybody, please click on Charlotte May Weddings. The Robertson family, you're calling in, but you're not on camera. The other thing we ask you to do is we have this guy here, Rick McGrath, one of our members. He started with just a handful of subscribers the other day. He now has 44 subscribers because we started promoting him. He has a friend who does charity work, helping people with charity, okay? And he wants to spend $99 to promote this his YouTube channel. So everybody now help this guy out. It'll be fantastic. So there it is. I'm asking everyone just to subscribe to his YouTube channel. He's one of our members, one of our viewers, not a corporate sponsor, just a regular member. The Robertson family, you've called in again, but you're not on camera. Until you turn on camera, I can't have you on the show, okay? So there is a link. I'm going to refresh it in a couple of seconds, and I want to see it go up at least 1. Are you ready? It's on 44 subscribers. Let's see it go to at least 45. Would be amazing. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go at 44. Not yet. Come on, how many people are watching right now? We're trying to help somebody out here. 97 people watching. I bet there's one person who could just help out this guy. He's doing a charity, he's trying to raise money for people, and the way he wants to promote it is through his YouTube channel. You ready? I've given everyone the link in the chat. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Everybody help everybody else out. 44. We didn't get one. That's weird. Come on, we can get one. There's 100 people watching here. I know most of our members have done it already. Of course, all my members have done it, but we've got 1 more minute on this, and then I'm going to move on to the election debate in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 44. Come on, get 45. No, I can't believe. Is that refreshing properly? It normally goes up a few every single time we do this. So, oh, there you go. There you go. Rick McGrath, 46. Thank you very much to 2 of you that have done that. Appreciate it. Go and check out his friend's charity work. Appreciate you haven't got to donate, buy anything, do anything. I just appreciate you taking the time to subscribe to his channel. That's very, very kind. Thank you very much indeed. Right, the debate, moments away. Here we go.
Very interesting. She says, debates basically are a lot of boring blather, followed by 90 minutes of sheer panic. and
it's
that's
a good one.
And that's probably true. Isn't
But,
it?
you know, you think about the Biden-Trump debate. And
okay, we are seconds away from our
2020,
reports, our live debate tonight. I hope everyone has liked the video. I hope everyone has clicked subscribe. Throughout the debate, I am, of course, going to stop talking. The Robertson family are calling in again, but you're not on camera. Oh, you are now. You are on camera. So we've got to be very, very quick. We haven't got much time, but we've got a member here who wants to call in. Let me see. Guest at number 1. Your camera... No, now you've gone again. I had you in there, but you disappeared. So I don't know if we can bring you in if you can't sustain the feed. I'll keep
James
trying.
Matthews
Anyway,
said,
we've got just seconds to go before the debate starts. So everybody, please tap the like button. If you like my music channel, please do subscribe to it. I'm trying to raise millions of dollars for charity. The link is in the chat. And here tonight to bring the United States together just before the debate starts, one final time for this evening, the United States National Anthem. Here we go.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight? Oh, the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave? Oh, the land of the free and the home of the
brave. Tell us who she is.
Okay, that's the last time.
A tall order.
We're about to go over to the debate.
It's the
just
countdown.
moments
It's on.
away.
The big show.
Thank you ever so
is
much,
next.
everybody. Lovely that people were standing and respecting that. Absolutely fantastic. And of course, they're going for a break. Everybody's always going for a break, apart from me. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Same in America. Every 5 minutes, it's time for a break. Let's sit on our asses again. What do these people do on TV when they go for a break every 5 minutes? I lie down, I'm tired. I've been talking for 10 minutes, I've got to lie down. Unbelievable. What do they do in these breaks? I don't get a chance for a break. It's nonsense. Drives me up the bloody wall. Lazy people. Lazy. Right. Stacey Bailey, what do you mean bad? I've not done any bad language. Martyn, you have to watch the language, my friend. What do you mean? Oh, not me. Oh, thank you. I was thinking, what have I said? All I was doing was singing the national anthem. Thanks, Leah. I need to get a shirt that says built different. Yes. I've got stuff like that in my shop. Right? I've got stuff like that in my shop. Okay, here we go. Election debate time. Let's get to it. Let's get busy. You ready? Okay, let's go. Okay. Just seconds away now. Stand by your beds. It's time for the event of the decade. Kamala Harris, Donald Trump in the House. It's going to get very exciting. We're the only channel, I hope, presenting this to you in a way that's completely impartial, completely open, completely unbiased, global regard. Everyone had a voice. Everyone had the chance to call in. Everyone's comment was shown on the screen. Everyone had a voice. No one else is doing it like this. So here we go. I am now going to sit back, enjoy the debate.
With the polls showing the Republican and Democrat are neck and neck, just 2 months out from voting, this debate could be pivotal for winning November's election. The debate coming up live on Sky News, as well as analysis and reaction from Philadelphia straight after, when we'll be joined by our correspondents and the people working directly with Donald Trump and Kamala Harris.
Are you going for a break again? No. Okay.
Good evening, I'm David Muir, and thank you for joining us for tonight's ABC News presidential debate. We want to welcome viewers watching on ABC and around the world tonight. Vice President Kamala Harris and President Donald Trump are just moments away from taking the stage in this unprecedented race for president.
And I'm Lindsay Davis. Tonight's meeting could be the most consequential event of their campaigns, with Election Day now less than 2 months away. For Vice President Kamala Harris, this is her first debate since President Biden withdrew from the race on July 21st. Of course, that decision followed his debate against President Donald Trump in June. Since then, this race has taken on an entirely new dynamic.
And that brings us to the rules of tonight's debate. 90 minutes with 2 commercial breaks. No topics or questions have been shared with the campaigns. The candidates will have 2 minutes to answer questions, and this is the clock. That's what they'll be seeing. 2 minutes for rebuttals and 1 minute for follow-ups, clarifications, or responses. Their microphones will only be turned on when it's their turn to speak. No pre-written notes allowed. There is no audience here tonight in this hall at the National Constitution Center. This is an intimate setting for 2 candidates who have never met.
President Trump won the coin toss. He chose to deliver the final closing statement of the evening. Vice President Harris selected the podium to the right.
So let's now welcome the candidates to the stage. Vice President Kamala Harris and President Donald Trump.
Kamala Harris. Let's have a good debate.
Nice to see you. Have fun.
Thank you.
Welcome to you both. It's wonderful to have you. It's an honor to have you both here tonight.
Good evening. We are looking forward to a spirited and thoughtful debate.
So let's get started. I want to begin tonight with the issue that voters repeatedly say is their #1 issue, and that is the economy and the cost of living in this country. Vice President Harris, you and President Trump were elected 4 years ago, and your opponent on the stage here tonight often asks his supporters, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? When it comes to the economy, do you believe Americans are better off than they were 4 years ago?
So I was raised as a middle-class kid, and I am actually the only person on this stage who has a plan that is about lifting up the middle class and working people of America. I believe in the ambition, the aspirations, the dreams of the American people. And that is why I imagine and have actually a plan to build what I call an opportunity economy. Because here's the thing. We know that we have a shortage of homes and housing, and the cost of housing is too expensive for far too many people. We know that young families need support to raise their children, and I intend on extending a tax cut for those families of $6,000, which is the largest child tax credit that we have given in a long time so that those young families can afford to buy a crib, buy a car seat, buy clothes for their children. My passion, one of them, is small businesses. My mother raised my sister and me, but there was a woman who helped raise us. We call her our second mother. She was a small business owner. I love our small businesses. My plan is to give a $50,000 tax deduction to start-up small businesses, knowing they are part of the backbone of America's economy. My opponent, on the other hand, his plan is to do what he has done before, which is to provide a tax cut for billionaires and big corporations, which will result in $5 trillion to America's deficit. My opponent has a plan that I call the Trump's sales tax, which would be a 20% tax on everyday goods that you rely on to get through the month. Economists have said that that Trump sales tax would actually result for middle-class families in about $4,000 more a year because of his policies and his ideas about what should be the backs of middle-class people paying for tax cuts for billionaires.
President Trump, I'll give you 2 minutes.
First of all, I have no sales tax. That's an incorrect statement. She knows that. We're doing tariffs on other countries. Other countries are going to finally, after 75 years, pay us back for all that we've done for the world. And the tariff will be substantial in some cases. I took in billions and billions of dollars, as you know, from China. In fact, they never took the tariff off because there was so much money they can't. It would totally destroy everything that they've set out to do. They're taking in billions of dollars from China and other places. They've left the tariffs on. When I had it, I had tariffs, and yet I had no inflation. Look, we've had a terrible economy because inflation which is really known as a country buster. It breaks up countries. We have inflation like very few people have ever seen before, probably the worst in our nation's history. We were at 21%, but that's being generous because many things are 50, 60, 70, and 80% higher than they were just a few years ago. This has been a disaster for people, for the middle class, but for every class. On top of that, we have millions of people pouring into our country from prisons and jails, from mental institutions and insane asylums, and they're coming in and they're taking jobs that are occupied right now by African Americans and Hispanics, and also unions. Unions are going to be affected very soon. And you see what's happening. You see what's happening with towns throughout the United States. You look at Springfield, Ohio. You look at Aurora in Colorado. They are taking over the towns. They're taking over buildings. They're going in violently. These are the people that she and Biden led into our country, and they're destroying our country. They're dangerous. They're at the highest level of criminality, and we have to get them out. We have to get them out fast. I created one of the greatest economies in the history of our country. I'll do it again and even better.
We are going to get to immigration and border security during this debate, but I would like to let Vice President Harris respond on the economy here.
Well, I would love to. Let's talk about what Donald Trump left us. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment since the Great Depression. Donald Trump left us the worst public health epidemic in a century. Donald Trump left us the worst attack on our democracy since the Civil War. And what we have done is clean up Donald Trump's mess. What we have done and what I intend to do is build on what we know are the aspirations and the hopes of the American people. But I'm going to tell you all in this debate tonight, you're going to hear from the same old tired playbook, a bunch of lies, grievances, and name-calling. What you're going to hear tonight is a detailed and dangerous plan called Project 2025 that the former president intends on implementing if he were elected again. I believe very strongly that the American people want a president who understands the importance of bringing us together, knowing we have so much more in common than what separates us. And I pledge to you to be a president for all Americans.
President Trump will give you a minute here to respond.
Number one, I have nothing to do, as you know, and as she knows better than anyone, I have nothing to do with Project 2025. That's out there. I haven't read it. I don't want to read it purposely. I'm not going to read it. This was a group of people that got together. They came up with some ideas, I guess some good, some bad. But it makes no difference. I have nothing to do. Everybody knows I'm an open book. Everybody knows what I'm going to do. Cut taxes very substantially and create a great economy like I did before. we had the greatest economy. We got hit with a pandemic. And the pandemic was not since 1917, where 100 million people died, has there been anything like it. We did a phenomenal job with the pandemic. We handed them over a country where the economy and where the stock market was higher than it was before the pandemic came in. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. We made ventilators for the entire world. We got gowns, we got masks, we did things that nobody thought possible. And people give me credit for rebuilding the military. They give me credit for a lot of things, but not enough credit for the great job we did with the pandemic. But the only jobs they got were bounce back jobs. These were jobs bounced back, and it bounced back and it went to their benefit. But I was the one that created them. They know it, and so does everybody else.
Vice President Harris, I'll let you respond.
So Donald Trump has no plan for you. And when you look at his economic plan, it's all about tax breaks for the richest people. I am offering what I describe as an opportunity economy, and the best economists in our country, if not the world, have reviewed our relative plans for the future of America. What Goldman Sachs has said is that Donald Trump's plan would make the economy worse. Mine would strengthen the economy. What the Wharton School has said is Donald Trump's plan would actually explode the deficit. 16 Nobel laureates have described his economic plan as something that would increase inflation and by the middle of next year would invite a recession. You just have to look at where we are and where we stand on the issues. And I'd invite you to know that Donald Trump actually has no plan for you because he is more interested in defending himself than he is in looking out for you.
That's just a soundbite. They gave her that to say. Look, I went to the Wharton School of Finance, and many of those professors, the top professors, think my plan is a brilliant plan. It's a great plan. It's a plan that's going to bring up our worth, our value as a country. It's going to make people want to be able to go and work and create jobs and create a lot of good, solid money for our country. And just to finish off, she doesn't have a plan. She copied Biden's plan, and it's like 4 sentences, like run, spot, run. 4 sentences that are just, oh, we'll try and lower taxes. She doesn't have a plan. Take a look at her plan. She doesn't have a plan.
Mr. President, I do want to drill down on something you both brought up. The Vice President brought up your tariffs. You responded, and let's drill down on this, because your plan is what she calls is essentially a national sales tax. Your proposal calls for tariffs, as you pointed out here, on foreign imports across the board. You recently said that you might double your plan, imposing tariffs up to 20% on goods coming into this country. As you know, many economists say that with tariffs at that level, costs are then passed on to the consumer. Vice President Harris has argued it'll mean higher prices on gas, food, clothing, medication, arguing it costs the typical family nearly $4,000 a year. Do you believe Americans can afford higher prices because of tariffs?
They're not going to have higher prices. What's going to have and who's going to have higher prices is China and all of the countries that have been ripping us off for years. I was the only president ever. China was paying us hundreds of billions of dollars, and so were other countries. And, you know, if she doesn't like them, they should have gone out and they should have immediately cut the tariffs. But those tariffs are there 3.5 years now under their administration. We are going to take in billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars. I had no inflation, virtually no inflation. They had the highest inflation perhaps in the history of our country, because I've never seen a worse period of time. People can't go out and buy cereal or bacon or eggs or anything else. The people of our country are absolutely dying with what they've done. They've destroyed the economy. And all you have to do is look at a poll. The polls say 80 and 85 and even 90% that the Trump economy was great, that their economy was terrible.
Vice President Harris, I do want to ask for your response, and you heard what the president said there, because the Biden administration did keep a number of the Trump tariffs in place. So how do you respond?
Well, let's be clear that the Trump administration resulted in a trade deficit, one of the highest we've ever seen in the history of America. He invited trade wars. You want to talk about his deal with China? What he ended up doing is, under Donald Trump's presidency, he ended up selling American chips to China to help them improve and modernize their military, basically sold us out. when a policy about China should be in making sure the United States of America wins the competition for the 21st century, which means focusing on the details of what that requires, focusing on relationships with our allies, focusing on investing in American-based technology so that we win the race on AI, on quantum computing, focusing on what we need to do to support America's workforce so that we don't end up having on the short end of the stick in terms of workers' rights. But what Donald Trump did, let's talk about this, with COVID, is he actually thanked President Xi for what he did during COVID. Look at his tweet. "Thank you, President Xi," exclamation point, when we know that Xi was responsible for lacking and not giving us transparency about the origins of COVID.
President Trump, I'll let you respond.
First of all, they bought their chips from Taiwan. We hardly make chips anymore because of philosophies like they have and policies like they have. I don't say her because she has no policy. Everything that she believed 3 years ago and 4 years ago is out the window. She's going to my philosophy now. In fact, I was going to send her a MAGA hat. She's gone to my philosophy. But if she ever got elected, she'd change it. And it will be the end of our country. She's a Marxist. Everybody knows she's a Marxist. Her father's a Marxist professor in economics, and he taught her well. But when you look at what she's done to our country, and when you look at these millions and millions of people that are pouring into our country monthly, where it's, I believe, 21 million people, not the 15 that people say, and I think it's a lot higher than the 21. That's bigger than New York State pouring in. And just look at what they're doing to our country. They're criminals. Many of these people coming in are criminals. And that's bad for our economy, too. You know, you mentioned before, we'll talk about immigration later. Well, bad immigration is the worst thing that can happen to our economy. They have, and she has, destroyed our country with policy that's insane. Almost policy that you'd say they have to hate our country.
President Trump, thank you. Lindsay?
I want to turn to the issue of abortion. President Trump, you've often touted that you were able to kill Roe v. Wade. Last year, you said that you were proud to be the most pro-life president in American history. Then last month, you said that your administration would be great for women and their reproductive rights. In your home state of Florida, you surprised many with regard to your 6-week abortion ban because you initially had said that it was too short. And you said, quote, "I'm going to be voting that we need more than 6 weeks." But then the very next day, you reversed course and said you would vote to support the 6-week ban. Vice President Harris says that women shouldn't trust you on the issue of abortion because you've changed your position so many times. Therefore, why should they trust you?
Well, the reason I'm doing that vote is because the plan is, as you know, the vote is, they have abortion in the 9th month. They even have, and you can look at the governor of West Virginia, the previous governor of West Virginia, not the current governor, who's doing an excellent job, but the governor before, he said the baby will be born and we will decide what to do with the baby. In other words, we'll execute the baby. And that's why I did that, because that predominates, because they're radical. The Democrats are radical in that. And her vice presidential pick, which I think was a horrible pick, by the way, for our country, because he is really out of it. But her vice presidential pick says abortion in the 9th month is absolutely fine. He also says execution after birth. It's execution, no longer abortion, because the baby is born, is okay. And that's not okay with me, hence the vote. But what I did is something for 52 years. They've been trying to get Roe v. Wade into the states. And through the genius and heart and strength of 6 Supreme Court justices, we were able to do that. Now, I believe in the exceptions for rape, incest, and life of the mother. I believe strongly in it. Ronald Reagan did also. 85% of Republicans do. Exceptions. Very important. But we were able to get it, and now states are voting on it. And for the first time, you're going to see, look, this is an issue that's torn our country apart for 52 years. Every legal scholar, every Democrat, every Republican, liberal, conservative, they all wanted this issue to be brought back to the states where the people could vote. And that's what happened. Now, Ohio, the vote was somewhat liberal. Kansas, the vote was somewhat liberal, much more liberal than people would have thought. But each individual state is voting. It's the vote of the people now. It's not tied up in the federal government. I did a great service in doing it. It took courage to do it. And the Supreme Court had great courage in doing it. And I give tremendous credit to those 6 justices.
There is no state in this country where it is legal to kill a baby after it's born. Madam Vice President, I want to get your response to President Trump.
Well, as I said, you're going to hear a bunch of lies, and that's not actually a surprising fact. Let's understand how we got here. Donald Trump hand-selected 3 members of the United States Supreme Court with the intention that they would undo the protections of Roe v. Wade. And they did exactly as he intended. And now in over 20 states, there are Trump abortion bans, which make it criminal for a doctor or nurse to provide health care. In one state, it provides prison for life. Trump abortion bans that make no exception even for rape and incest, which understand what that means. A survivor of a crime of violation to their body does not have the right to make a decision about what happens to their body next. That is immoral. And one does not have to abandon their faith or deeply held beliefs to agree. The government, and Donald Trump certainly, should not be telling a woman what to do with her body. I have talked with women around our country. You want to talk about this is what people wanted? Pregnant women who want to carry a pregnancy to term, suffering from a miscarriage, being denied care in an emergency room because the healthcare providers are afraid they might go to jail, and she's bleeding out in a car in the parking lot. She didn't want that. Her husband didn't want that. A 12 or 13-year-old survivor of incest being forced to carry a pregnancy to term. They don't want that. And I pledge to you, when Congress passes a bill to put back in place the protections of Roe v. Wade, as President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law. But understand, if Donald Trump were to be reelected, he will sign a national abortion ban. Understand, in his Project 2025, there would be a national abortion, a monitor that would be monitoring your pregnancies, your miscarriages. I think the American people believe that certain freedoms, in particular the freedom to make decisions about one's own body, should not be made by the government.
Thank you, Vice President Harris.
Well, there she goes again. It's a lie. I'm not signing a ban, and there's no reason to sign a ban, because we've gotten what everybody wanted. Democrats, Republicans, and everybody else, and every legal scholar wanted it to be brought back into the states. And the states are voting. And it may take a little time, but for 52 years, this issue has torn our country apart. And they've wanted it back in the states. And I did something that nobody thought was possible. The states are now voting. What she says is an absolute lie. And as far as the abortion ban, no, I'm not in favor of abortion ban, but it doesn't matter, because this issue has now been taken over by the states.
Would you veto a national abortion ban if it came to your desk?
Well, I won't have to, because, again, 2 things. Number one, she said she'll go back to Congress. She'll never get the vote. It's impossible for her to get the vote, especially now with the 50-50, and essentially 50-50 in both Senate and the House. She's not going to get the vote. She can't get the vote. She won't even come close to it. So it's just talk. You know what it reminds me of? When they said they're going to get student loans terminated, and it ended up being a total catastrophe. The student loans, and then her, I think probably her boss, if you call him a boss, he spends all his time on the beach. But look, her boss went out and said, we'll do it again. We'll do it a different way. And he went out, got rejected again by the Supreme Court. So all these students got taunted with this whole thing about this whole idea, and how unfair that would have been. Part of the reason they lost to the millions and millions of people that had to pay off their student loans. They didn't get it for free. But they were saying it's the same way that they talked about that they talk about abortion.
But if I could just get a yes or no, because your running mate, J.D. Vance, has said that you would veto it if it did come to your desk.
Well, I didn't discuss it with J.D. In all fairness, J.D., and I don't mind if he has a certain view, but I think he was speaking for me, but I really didn't. Look, we don't have to discuss it, because she'd never be able to get it, just like she couldn't get student loans. They couldn't get student loans. They didn't even come close to getting student loans. They taunted young people and a lot of other people that had loans. They can never get this approved. So it doesn't matter what she says about going to Congress. Well, wonderful. Let's go to Congress. Do it. But the fact is that for years they wanted to get it out of Congress and out of the federal government, and we did something that everybody said couldn't be done. And now you have a vote of the people on abortion.
Vice President Harris, I want to give you your time to respond, but I do want to ask, would you support any restrictions on a woman's right to an abortion?
I absolutely support reinstating the protections of Roe v. Wade. And as you rightly mentioned, nowhere in America is a woman carrying a pregnancy to term and asking for an abortion. That is not happening. It's insulting to the women of America. And understand what has been happening under Donald Trump's abortion bans. Couples who pray and dream of having a family are being denied IVF treatments. What is happening in our country? Working people, working women, who are working 1 or 2 jobs, who can barely afford childcare as it is, have to travel to another state to get on a plane sitting next to strangers to go and get the health care she needs. Barely can afford to do it, and what you are putting her through is unconscionable. And the people of America have not, the majority of Americans believe in a woman's right to make decisions about her own body. And that is why in every state where this issue has been on the ballot, in red and blue states both, the people of America have voted for freedom.
Vice President Harris,
Excuse me, I have to respond. Another lie. It's another lie. I have been a leader on IVF, which is fertilization. The IVF, I have been a leader. In fact, when they got a very negative decision on IVF from the Alabama courts, I saw the people of Alabama and the legislature 2 days later voted it in. I've been a leader on it. They know that, and everybody else knows it. I have been a leader on fertilization, IVF. And the other thing, you should ask, will she allow abortion in the 8th month, 9th month, 7th month?
Come on.
Okay, would you do that? Why don't you ask her that question?
Why don't you answer the question? Would you
because
veto?
Under Roe v. Wade,
Answer the question, would you veto?
you could do abortions in the 7th month, the 8th month, the 9th month,
not true.
and probably after birth. Just look at the governor, former governor of Virginia. The governor of Virginia said we put the baby aside and then we determine what we want to do with the baby.
President Trump, thank you.
We're going to turn now to immigration and border security. We know it's an issue that's important to Republicans, Democrats, voters across the board in this country. Vice President Harris, you were tasked by President Biden with getting to the root causes of migration from Central America. We know that illegal border crossings reached a record high in the Biden administration. This past June, President Biden imposed tough new asylum restrictions. We know the numbers since then have dropped significantly. But my question to you tonight is, why did the administration wait until 6 months before the election to act? And would you have done anything differently from President Biden on this?
So I'm the only person on this stage who has prosecuted transnational criminal organizations for the trafficking of guns, drugs, and human beings. And let me say that the United States Congress, including some of the most conservative members of the United States Senate, came up with a border security bill which I supported. And that bill would have put 1,500 more border agents on the border to help those folks who are working there right now overtime, trying to do their job. It would have allowed us to stem the flow of fentanyl coming into the United States. I know there are so many families watching tonight who have been personally affected by the surge of fentanyl in our country. That bill would have put more resources to allow us to prosecute transnational criminal organizations for trafficking in guns, drugs, and human beings. But you know what happened to that bill? Donald Trump got on the phone, called up some folks in Congress, and said, kill the bill. And you know why? Because he'd prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And understand, this comes at a time where the people of our country actually need a leader who engages in solutions, who actually addresses the problems at hand. But what we have in the former president is someone who would prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And I'll tell you something, he's going to talk about immigration a lot tonight, even when it's not the subject that is being raised. And I'm going to actually do something really unusual, and I'm going to invite you to attend one of Donald Trump's rallies, because it's a really interesting thing to watch. You will see during the course of his rallies, he talks about fictional characters like Hannibal Lecter. He will talk about windmills cause cancer. And what you will also notice is that people start leaving his rallies early out of exhaustion and boredom. And I will tell you, the one thing you will not hear him talk about is you. You will not hear him talk about your needs, your dreams, and your desires. And I'll tell you, I believe you deserve a president who actually puts you first, and I pledge to you that I will.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, on that point, I want to get your response.
Well, I would like to respond.
Let me just ask, though, why did you try to kill that bill, and successfully so? That would have put thousands of additional agents and officers on the border.
First, let me respond as to the
Please.
rallies. She said people start leaving. People don't go to her rallies. There's no reason to go. And the people that do go, she's bussing them in and paying them to be there, and then showing them in a different light. So she can't talk about that. People don't leave my rallies. We have the biggest rallies, the most incredible rallies in the history of politics. That's because people want to take their country back. Our country is being lost. We're a failing nation. And it happened 3.5 years ago. And what's going on here, you're going to end up in World War III, just to go into another subject. What they have done to our country by allowing these millions and millions of people to come into our country, and look at what's happening to the towns all over the United States. And a lot of towns don't want to talk. It's not going to be Aurora or Springfield. A lot of towns don't want to talk about it because they're so embarrassed by it. In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country, and it's a shame. As far as rallies are concerned, as far as the reason they go is they like what I say. They want to bring our country back. They want to make America great again. It's a very simple phrase, make America great again. She's destroying this country, and if she becomes president, this country doesn't have a chance of success. Not only success, we'll end up being Venezuela on steroids.
I just want to clarify here. You bring up Springfield, Ohio, and ABC News did reach out to the city manager there. He told us there have been no credible reports of specific claims of pets being harmed, injured, or abused by individuals within the immigrant community.
Well, I've seen people on television.
Let me just say here, this is the
people on television say my dog was taken and used for food. So maybe he said that, and maybe that's a good thing to say for a city manager.
I'm not taking this from
but
television.
But the people
I'm
on
taking it from
television
the city
saying their
manager.
dog was eaten by the people that went there.
Again, the Springfield city manager says there's no evidence of that. Vice
We'll
President
find
Harris,
out.
I'll let you respond to the rest of what you've heard.
You talk about extreme. This is, I think, one of the reasons why in this election I actually have the endorsement of 200 Republicans who have formerly worked with President Bush, Mitt Romney, and John McCain, including the endorsement of former Vice President Dick Cheney and Congress member Liz Cheney. And if you want to really know the inside track on who the former president is, if he didn't make it clear already, just ask people who have worked with him. His former chief of staff, a 4-star general, has said he has contempt for the Constitution of the United States. His former national security advisor has said he is dangerous and unfit. His former Secretary of Defense has said the nation, the Republic, would never survive another Trump term. And when we listen to this kind of rhetoric, when the issues that affect the American people are not being addressed, I think the choice is clear in this election.
President Trump, I'll give you a quick minute to respond here.
Thank you, because when I hear that, see, I'm a different kind of a person. I fired most of those people. Not so graciously. They did bad things or a bad job. I fired them. They never fired one person. They didn't fire anybody having to do with Afghanistan and the Taliban and the 13 people who were just killed, viciously and violently killed. And I got to know the parents and the family. They didn't fire. They should have fired all those generals, all those top people, because that was one of the most incompetently handled situations anybody has ever seen. So when somebody does a bad job, I fire him. And you take a guy like Esper. He was no good. I fired him. So he writes a book. Another one writes a book. Because with me, they can write books. With nobody else can they. But they have done such a poor job, and they never fire anybody. Look at the economy. Look at the inflation. They didn't fire any of their economists. They have the same people. That's a good way not to have books written about you. But just to finish, I got more votes than any Republican in history by far. In fact, I got more votes than any president, sitting president in history by far.
Let me continue on immigration. It was what you wanted to talk about earlier, so let's get back to your deportation proposal that the vice president has reacted to as well. President Trump, you call this the largest domestic deportation operation in the history of our country. You say you would use the National Guard. You say if things get out of control, you'd have no problem using the U.S. military.
Police, yes.
You also said you would use local police. How would you deport 11 million undocumented immigrants? I know you believe that number is much higher. Take us through this. What does this look like? Will authorities be going door to door in this country?
Yeah, it is much higher because of them. They allowed criminals, many, many millions of criminals. They allowed terrorists. They allowed common street criminals. They allowed people to come in, drug dealers, to come into our country. And they're now in the United States and told by their countries like Venezuela, don't ever come back or we're going to kill you. Do you know that crime in Venezuela and crime in countries all over the world is way down? You know why? Because they've taken their criminals off the street and they've given them to her to put into our country. And this will be one of the greatest mistakes in history for them to allow. And I think they probably did it because they think they're going to get votes, but it's not worth it because they're destroying the fabric of our country by what they've done. There's never been anything done like this at all. They've destroyed the fabric of our country. Millions of people let in. And all over the world, crime is down. All over the world except here. Crime here is up and through the roof. Despite their fraudulent statements that they made, crime in this country is through the roof. And we have a new form of crime. It's called migrant crime. And it's happening at levels that nobody thought possible.
President Trump, as you know, the FBI says overall violent crime is actually coming down in this country. But Vice
Excuse
President
me,
Harris,
the FBI they were defrauding statements. They didn't include the worst cities. They didn't include the cities with the worst crime. It was a fraud. Just like their number of 818,000 jobs that they said they created turned out to be a fraud.
President Trump, thank you. I'll let you respond, Vice President Harris.
Well, I think this is so rich coming from someone who has been prosecuted for national security crimes, economic crimes, election interference, has been found liable for sexual assault, and his next big court appearance is in November at his own criminal sentencing. And let's be clear where each person stands on the issue of what is important about respect for the rule of law and respect for law enforcement. The former vice president called for defunding federal law enforcement, 45,000 agents, get this, on the day after he was arraigned on 34 felony counts. So let's talk about what is important in this race. It is important that we move forward, that we turn the page on this same old tired rhetoric and address the needs of the American people, address what we need to do about the housing shortage, which I have a plan for, address what we must do to support our small businesses, address bringing down the price of groceries. But frankly, the American people are exhausted with this same old tired playbook.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
Excuse me. Every one of those cases was started by them against their political opponent. And I'm winning most of them, and I will win the rest on appeal. And you saw that with the decision that came down just recently from the Supreme Court. I'm winning most of them. But those are cases, it's called weaponization. Never happened in this country. They weaponized the Justice Department. Every one of those cases was involved with the DOJ, from Atlanta and Fani Willis to the Attorney General of New York and the DA in New York, every one of those cases. And then they say, oh, he's a criminal. They're the ones that made them go after me. By the way, Joe Biden was found essentially guilty on the documents case. And what happened in my documents case? They said, oh, that's the toughest of them all. A complete and total victory. 2 months ago, it was thrown out. It's weaponization, and they used it, and it's never happened in this country. They used it to try and win an election. They're fake cases.
President Trump, thank you. A really quick response here, Vice President Harris, on this notion of weaponization of the Justice Department.
Well, let's talk about extreme and understand the context in which this election in 2024 is taking place. The United States Supreme Court recently ruled that the former president would essentially be immune from any misconduct if he were to enter the White House again. Understand, this is someone who has openly said he would terminate, I'm quoting, terminate the Constitution of the United States, that he would weaponize the Department of Justice against his political enemies. Someone who has openly expressed disdain for members of our military. Understand what it would mean if Donald Trump were back in the White House with no guardrails, because certainly we know now the court won't stop him. We know J.D. Vance is not going to stop him. It's up to the American people
Vice
to
President
stop
Harris.
him.
Thank you. Lindsay?
Vice President Harris, in your last run for president.
This is the one that weaponized, not me. She weaponized. I probably took a bullet to the head because of the things that they say about me. They talk about democracy. I'm a threat to democracy. They're the threat to democracy with a fake Russia investigation
We do have a lot
that went nowhere.
We have a lot to get to. Lindsay?
Vice President Harris, in your last run for president, you said you wanted to ban fracking. Now you don't. You wanted mandatory government buyback programs for assault weapons. Now your campaign says you don't. You supported decriminalizing border crossings. Now you're taking a harder line. I know you say that your values have not changed. So then why have so many of your policy positions changed?
So my values have not changed, and I'm going to discuss at least every point that you've made. But in particular, let's talk about fracking, because we're here in Pennsylvania. I made that very clear in 2020. I will not ban fracking. I have not banned fracking as Vice President of the United States. And in fact, I was the tie-breaking vote on the Inflation Reduction Act, which opened new leases for fracking. My position is that we have got to invest in diverse sources of energy so we reduce our reliance on foreign oil. We have had the largest increase in domestic oil production in history because of an approach that recognizes that we cannot over-rely on foreign oil. As it relates to my values, let me tell you, I grew up a middle-class kid raised by a hardworking mother who worked and saved and was able to buy our first home when I was a teenager. The values I bring to the importance of home ownership, knowing not everybody got handed $400 million on a silver platter and then filed bankruptcy 6 times, is a value that I bring to my work to say we are going to work with the private sector and home builders to increase 3 million homes, increase by 3 million homes by the end of my first term. My work that is related to having a friend when I was in high school who was sexually assaulted by her stepfather. And my focus then on protecting women and children from violent crime is based on a value that is deeply grounded in the importance of standing up for those who are most vulnerable. My work that is about protecting Social Security and Medicare is based on long-standing work that I have done, protecting seniors from scams. My values have not changed. And what is important is that there is a president who actually brings values and a perspective that is about lifting people up and not beating people down and name-calling. The true measure of the leader is the leader who actually understands the strength is not in beating people down, it's in lifting people up. I intend to be that president.
President Trump, your
Well, first of
response?
all, I wasn't given $400 million. I wish I was. My father was a Brooklyn builder, Brooklyn, Queens, and a great father, and I learned a lot from him. But I was given a fraction of that, a tiny fraction, and I built it into many, many billions of dollars, many, many billions. And when people see it, they are even surprised. So we don't have to talk about that. Fracking, she's been against it for 12 years. Defund the police, she's been against that forever. She gave all that stuff up very wrongly, very horribly, and everybody's laughing at it, okay? They're all laughing at it. She gave up at least 12 and probably 14 or 15 different policies. Like, she was big on defund the police. In Minnesota, she went out, wait a minute, I'm talking now, if you don't mind, please. Does that sound familiar? She went out in Minnesota and wanted to let criminals that killed people, that burned down Minneapolis, she went out and raised money to get them out of jail. She did things that nobody would ever think of. Now she wants to do transgender operations on illegal aliens that are in prison. This is a radical left liberal that would do this. She wants to confiscate your guns, and she will never allow fracking in Pennsylvania. if she won the election, fracking in Pennsylvania will end on day one. Just to finish, one thing so important in my opinion. So I got the oil business going like nobody has ever done before. When they took over, they got rid of it, started getting rid of it, and the prices were going up the roof. They immediately let these guys go to where they were. I would have been 5 times, 4 times, 5 times higher, because you're talking about 3.5 years ago. They got it up to where I was because they had no choice, because the prices of energy were quadrupling and doubling. You saw what happened to gasoline. So they said, let's go back to Trump. But if she won the election, the day after that election, they'll go back to destroying our country, and oil will be dead, fossil fuel will be dead, we'll go back to windmills, and we'll go back to solar, where they need a whole desert to get some energy to come out of it. You ever see a solar plant? By the way, I'm a big fan of solar, but they take 400, 500 acres of desert
President
soil.
Trump, we have a
These
lot
are
of
not good
issues
things
that
for
we
the
have to get
environment
to.
that
We're
she
out of time.
understands.
Thank you.
Lindsay, thank you. We have an election in just 56 days. And I want to talk about the peaceful transfer of power, which, of course, we all know is a cornerstone of our democracy, and the role of a president in a moment of crisis. Mr. President, on January 6th, you told your supporters to march to the Capitol. You said you would be right there with them. The country and the world saw what played out at the Capitol that day, the officers coming under attack. Aides in the West Wing say you watched it unfold on television off the Oval Office. You did send out tweets, but it was more than 2 hours before you sent out that video message telling your supporters to go home. Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day?
You just said a thing that isn't covered. Peacefully and patriotically, I said during my speech, not later on. Peacefully and patriotically. And nobody on the other side was killed. Ashley Babbitt was shot by an out-of-control police officer that should have never, ever shot her. It's a disgrace. But we didn't do this group of people that have been treated so badly. I ask, what about all the people that are pouring into our country and killing people that she allowed to pour in? She was the border czar, remember that. She was the border czar. She doesn't want to be called the border czar because she's embarrassed by the border. In fact, she said at the beginning, oh, I'm surprised you're not talking about the border yet. That's because she knows what a bad job they've done. What about those people? When are they going to be prosecuted? When are these people from countries all over the world, not just South America? They're coming in from all over the world, David, all over the world. And crime rates are down all over the world because of it.
But let me just ask you,
David, when are those people going to be prosecuted? When are the people that burned down Minneapolis going to be prosecuted? Or in Seattle? They went into Seattle. They took over a big percentage of the city of Seattle. When are those people going to be prosecuted?
But let me just ask
you. You might ask her that question.
You were the president. You were watching it unfold on television. It's a very simple question as we move forward toward another election. Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day? Yes or no?
I had nothing to do with that other than they asked me to make a speech. I showed up for a speech. I said, I think it's going to be big. I went to Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington, D.C., and the mayor put it back in writing, as you know. I said, you know, this is going to be a very big rally or whatever you want to call it. And again, it wasn't done by me. It was done by others. I said, I'd like to give you 10,000 National Guard or soldiers. They rejected me. Nancy Pelosi rejected me. It was just 2 weeks ago. Her daughter has a tape of her saying she is fully responsible for what happened. They want to get rid of that tape. It would have never happened if Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington did their jobs. I wasn't responsible for security. Nancy Pelosi was responsible. She didn't do her job.
The question was about you as president, not about former Speaker Pelosi, but I do want Vice President Harris to respond here.
I was at the Capitol on January 6th. I was the vice president-elect. I was also an acting senator. I was there. And on that day, the President of the United States incited a violent mob to attack our nation's capital, to desecrate our nation's capital. On that day, 140 law enforcement officers were injured, and some died. And understand, the former president has been indicted and impeached for exactly that reason. But this is not an isolated situation. Let's remember Charlottesville, where there was a mob of people carrying tiki torches, spewing anti-Semitic hate. And what did the president then at the time say? there were fine people on each side. Let's remember that when it came to the Proud Boys, a militia, the former president said, stand back and stand by. So for everyone watching who remembers what January 6th was, I say we don't have to go back. Let's not go back. We're not going back. It's time to turn the page. And if that was a bridge too far for you, well, there is a place in our campaign for you to stand for country, to stand for our democracy, to stand for rule of law, and to end the chaos, and to end the approach that is about attacking the foundations of our democracy because you don't like the outcome. And be clear on that point. Donald Trump, the candidate, has said in this election there will be a bloodbath if this and the outcome of this election is not to his liking. Let's turn the page on this. Let's not go back. Let's chart a course for the future and not go backwards to the past.
Let me just follow up here.
It was a different term, and it was a term that related to energy because they have destroyed our energy business. That was where bloodbath was. Also, on Charlottesville, that story has been, as you would say, debunked. Laura Ingraham, Sean Hannity, Jesse, all of these people, they covered it. If they go an extra sentence, they will see it was perfect. It was debunked in almost every newspaper, but they still bring it up, just like they bring 2025 up. They bring all of this stuff up. I ask you this. You talk about the Capitol. Why are we allowing these millions of people to come through on the southern border? How come she's not doing anything? And I'll tell you what I would do, and I would be very proud to do it. I would say we would both leave this debate right now. I'd like to see her go down to Washington, D.C. during this debate because we're wasting a lot of time. Go down to, because she's been so bad, it's so ridiculous. Go down to Washington, D.C. and let her sign a bill to close up the border because they have the right to do it. They don't need bills. They have the right to do it. The President of the United States, you'll get him out of bed. You'll wake him up at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Right. You'll say, come on down to the office. Let's sign a bill. If he signs a bill that the border is closed, all he has to do is say it to the Border Patrol, who are phenomenal. If they do that, the border is closed.
Mr.
Those
President,
people are killing many people, unlike J6.
We talked immigration here tonight. I do want to focus on this next issue to both of you because it really brings us this into focus, truth in these times that we're living in. Mr. President, for 3.5 years after you lost the 2020 election, you repeatedly falsely claimed that you won, many times saying you won in a landslide. In the past couple of weeks leading up to this debate, you have said, quote, you lost by a whisker, that you, quote, didn't quite make it, that you came up a little bit short.
I said that?
Are you now acknowledging that you lost in 2020?
No, I don't acknowledge that at all.
But
I
you
said
did
that
say
sarcastically.
That.
You know that. It was said, oh, we lost by a whisker. That was said sarcastically. Look, there's so much proof. All you have to do is look at it. And they should have sent it back to the legislatures for approval. I got almost 75 million votes, the most votes any sitting president has ever gotten. I was told if I got 63, which was what I got in 2016, you can't be beaten. The election, people should never be thinking about an election as fraudulent. We need two things. We need walls, and we have to have it. We have to have borders, and we have to have good elections. Our elections are bad. And a lot of these illegal immigrants coming in, they're trying to get them to vote. They can't even speak English. They don't even know what country they're in practically. And these people are trying to get them to vote. And that's why they're allowing them to come into our country.
I did watch all of these pieces of video. I didn't detect the sarcasm, lost by a whisker. We didn't quite make it. And we should just point out here as clarification, and you know this, you and your allies, 60 cases in front of many judges, many of them Republican.
No judge looked at it.
And said
they
there was
said
no
we didn't have
widespread
standing.
fraud.
That's the other thing. They said we didn't have standing, a technicality. Can you imagine a system where a person in an election doesn't have standing? The President of the United States doesn't have standing. That's how we lost. If you look at the facts, and I'd love to have you'll do a special on it, I'll show you Georgia, and I'll show you Wisconsin, and I'll show you Pennsylvania, and I'll show you. We have so many facts and statistics, but you know what? That doesn't matter because we have to solve the problem that we have right now. That's old news. And the problem that we have right now is we have a nation in decline, and they have put it into decline. We have a nation that is dying, David.
Mr. President, thank you. Vice President Harris, you heard the president there tonight. He said he didn't say that he lost by a whisker. So he still believes he did not lose the election that was won by President Biden and yourself. But I do want to ask you about something that's come up in the last couple of days. This was a post from President Trump about this upcoming election just weeks away. He said, when I win, those people who cheated, and then he lists donors, voters, election officials, he says will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, which will include long-term prison sentences. One of your campaign's top lawyers responded saying, we won't let Donald Trump intimidate us. We won't let him suppress the vote. Is that what you believe he's trying to do here?
Donald Trump was fired by 81 million people. So let's be clear about that. And clearly he is having a very difficult time processing that. But we cannot afford to have a president of the United States who attempts, as he did in the past, to upend the will of the voters in a free and fair election. And I'm going to tell you that I have traveled the world as Vice President of the United States, and world leaders are laughing at Donald Trump. I have talked with military leaders, some of whom worked with you, and they say you're a disgrace. And when you then talk in this way in a presidential debate and deny what over and over again are court cases you have lost because you did, in fact, lose that election, it leads one to believe that perhaps we do not have in the candidate to my right the temperament or the ability to not be confused about fact. That's deeply troubling, and the American people deserve better.
I'll give you 1 minute to respond, Mr. President.
Let me just say about world leaders. Viktor Orban, one of the most respected men, they call him a strong man. He's a tough person, smart. Prime Minister of Hungary. They said, why is the whole world blowing up? 3 years ago it wasn't. Why is it blowing up? He said, because you need Trump back as president. They were afraid of him. China was afraid, and I don't like to use the word afraid, but I'm just quoting him. China was afraid of him. North Korea was afraid of him. Look at what's going on with North Korea, by the way. He said Russia was afraid of him. I ended the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, and Biden put it back on day one, but he ended the XL pipeline. The XL pipeline in our country, he ended that. But he let the Russians build a pipeline going all over Europe and heading into Germany, the biggest pipeline in the world. Look, Viktor Orban said it. He said the most respected, most feared person is Donald Trump. We had no problems when Trump was president, but when this weak, pathetic man that you saw at a debate just a few months ago, that if he weren't in that debate, he'd be running instead of her. She got no votes. He got 14 million votes. What you did, you talk about a threat to democracy. He got 14 million votes, and they threw him out of office. And you know what? I'll give you a little secret. He hates her. He can't stand her. But he got 14 million votes. They threw him out. She got 0 votes. And when she ran, she was the first one to leave because she failed. And now she's running. I don't understand it, but I'm okay with it because
your time is
I think
up.
we're going to do very well.
We've got a lot more to get to.
Turning now to the Israel-Hamas war and the hostages who are still being held, Americans among them. Vice President Harris, in December, you said, quote, Israel has a right to defend itself, but you added, quote, it matters how, saying international humanitarian law must be respected. Israel must do more to protect innocent civilians. You said that 9 months ago. Now an estimated 40,000 Palestinians are dead. Nearly 100 hostages remain. Just last week, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said there's not a deal in the making. President Biden has not been able to break through the stalemate. How would you do it?
Well, let's understand how we got here. On October 7, Hamas, a terrorist organization, slaughtered 1,200 Israelis. Many of them young people who were simply attending a concert. Women were horribly raped. And so absolutely, I said then, I say now, Israel has a right to defend itself. We would. And how it does so matters. Because it is also true, far too many innocent Palestinians have been killed. Children, mothers. What we know is that this war must end. It must end immediately, and the way it will end is we need a ceasefire deal and we need the hostages out. And so we will continue to work around the clock on that. Work around the clock, also understanding that we must chart a course for a two-state solution. And in that solution, there must be security for the Israeli people and Israel, and in equal measure for the Palestinians. But the one thing I will assure you always, I will always give Israel the ability to defend itself, in particular as it relates to Iran and any threat that Iran and its proxies pose to Israel. But we must have a two-state solution where we can rebuild Gaza, where the Palestinians have security, self-determination, and the dignity they so rightly deserve.
President Trump, how would you negotiate with Netanyahu and also Hamas in order to get the hostages out and prevent the killing of more innocent civilians in Gaza?
If I were president, it would have never started. If I were president, Russia would have never, ever, I know Putin very well, he would have never, and there was no threat of it either, by the way, for 4 years, have gone into Ukraine and killed millions of people when you add it up, far worse than people understand what's going on over there. But when she mentions about Israel, all of a sudden, she hates Israel. She wouldn't even meet with Netanyahu when he went to Congress to make a very important speech. She refused to be there because she was at a sorority party of hers. She wanted to go to the sorority party. She hates Israel. If she's president, I believe that Israel will not exist within 2 years from now. And I've been pretty good at predictions, and I hope I'm wrong about that one. She hates Israel. At the same time, in her own way, she hates the Arab population because the whole place is going to get blown up. Arabs, Jewish people, Israel. Israel will be gone. It would have never happened. Iran was broke under Donald Trump. Now Iran has $300 billion because they took off all the sanctions that I had. Iran had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah or any of the 28 different spheres of terror, and they are spheres of terror, horrible terror. They had no money. It was a big story, and you know it. You covered it very well, actually. They had no money for terror. They were broke. Now they're a rich nation, and now what they're doing is they're spreading that money around. Look at what's happening with the Houthis and Yemen. Look at what's going on in the Middle East. This would have never happened. I will get that settled and fast, and I'll get the war with Ukraine and Russia ended. If I'm president-elect, I'll get it done before even becoming president.
Vice President Harris, he says you hate Israel.
That's absolutely not true. I have my entire career and life supported Israel and the Israeli people. He knows that. He's trying to, again, divide and distract from the reality, which is it is very well known that Donald Trump is weak and wrong on national security and foreign policy. It is well known that he admires dictators, wants to be a dictator on day one, according to himself. It is well known that he said of Putin that he can do whatever the hell he wants and go into Ukraine. It is well known that he said when Russia went into Ukraine, it was brilliant. It is well known he exchanged love letters with Kim Jong-un. And it is absolutely well known that these dictators and autocrats are rooting for you to be president again because they're so clear. They can manipulate you with flattery and favors. And that is why so many military leaders who you have worked with have told me you are a disgrace. That is why we understand that we have to have a president who is not consistently weak and wrong on national security, including the importance of upholding and respecting in highest regard our military.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
They're the ones, and she's the one that caused it, that's weak on national security by allowing every nation last month for the year, 168 different countries sending people into our country. Their crime rates are way down. Putin endorsed her last week, said, I hope she wins. And I think he meant it, because what he's gotten away with is absolutely incredible. It wouldn't have happened with me. The leaders of other countries think that they're weak and incompetent, and they are. They're grossly incompetent. And I just ask one question. Why does Biden go in and kill the Keystone Pipeline and approve the single biggest deal that Russia's ever made, Nord Stream 2, the biggest pipeline anywhere in the world going to Germany and all over Europe? Because they're weak and they're ineffective. And Biden, by the way,
President
gets paid
Trump,
a lot of money.
Thank you. We have a lot of issues to get to.
We'll be right back with much more of this historic ABC News presidential debate from the National Constitution Center right here in Philadelphia. Back in a moment.
Okay, we'll be back in just a moment. We're just taking a very, very short break. What an evening this has turned out to be. So what we're going to do is we're approaching the end of the debate. We're going to let it run until the end. And at the end, there's going to be a very brief fact-checking, going through the facts. A lot of stuff has been written down. A lot of notes have been taken. We'll be doing that. I'm not going to comment too much because I want to check things first. Tomorrow, we will go over some things and check things out. I think it's important in a debate like this, when mud is being thrown around left, right, and centre. A lot of aggression towards each other. Not very presidential, I don't think. This has become a bit of a brawl live in front of the world. So I want to take the time to respond, take the time to understand what was true, what wasn't true. I think the last part of this is going to get a bit worse. So we would like, once again, if we may, to bring back the debate and unite the United States of America. We're being joined tonight by people all around the world. And let's remember, we are friends. We are here to listen, debate, educate, understand, take our time. Tomorrow I will go for all of this. So once again, we are here tonight for the love and respect for the United States of America. I'll be right back in just 1 minute from now.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight? Oh, the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave? Oh, the land of the free and the home of the
Thank you very much indeed. I hope you enjoy that. If you would like to hear more of my music, I was voted by Elton John as the world piano man. Here is my music channel. I try to raise millions of dollars for charity. There is a link. Go and check it out. I've got a whole playlist of American music, and you might enjoy that in the chat. All right, at the end of tonight's show, once we finish and do our brief fact-checking and then overnight digest what's happened, we'll be back in the morning. If you stick with me to the end, this show will automatically go to the... Oh, thank you very much indeed.
Brian Bynum donated $2 through a super chat. Dr. Cornel West and Dr. Melina Abdullah 2024.
Thank you very much for your super chat. Much appreciated. So when we come to the end of this broadcast, it will go automatically into tomorrow morning's opening bell. Yes, I will be here tomorrow morning. Now, let's just remind ourselves, we have a few seconds before this continues. Let's remind ourselves what we are all doing here. We are listening to two people who are to be the finest people in the United States, effectively, and to pick the best one who's best to represent and serve the American people. This is not about self-business, self-indulgency. This is about providing a service for the American people and to represent the most powerful nation on earth. And we're looking for someone to lead this country. We're about to go over once again. Here we go. Enjoy the last part of this debate, and then we'll fact check. Here we go.
Biden administration that we must defend Ukraine from Russia, from Vladimir Putin, to defend their sovereignty, their democracy, that it's in America's best interest to do so, arguing that if Putin wins, he may be emboldened to move even further into other countries. You have said you would solve this war in 24 hours. You said so just before the break tonight. How exactly would you do that? And I want to ask you a very simple question tonight. Do you want Ukraine to win this war?
I want the war to stop. I want to save lives that are being uselessly, people being killed by the millions. It's the millions. It's so much worse than the numbers that you're getting, which are fake numbers. Look, we're in for $250 billion or more because they don't ask Europe, which is a much bigger beneficiary to getting this thing done than we are. They're in for $150 billion less because Biden and you don't have the courage to ask Europe like I did with NATO. They paid billions and billions, hundreds of billions of dollars when I said, either you pay up or we're not going to protect you anymore. So that's maybe one of the reasons they don't like me as much as they like weak people. But you take a look at what's happening. We're in for 250 to 275 billion. They're into 100 to 150. They should be forced to equalize. With that being said, I want to get the war settled. I know Zelensky very well, and I know Putin very well. I have a good relationship, and they respect your president, okay? They respect me. They don't respect Biden. How would you respect him? Why? For what reason? He hasn't even made a phone call in 2 years to Putin, hasn't spoken to anybody. They don't even try and get it. That is a war that's dying to be settled. I will get it settled before I even become president. If I win, when I'm president-elect, and what I'll do is I'll speak to one, I'll speak to the other, I'll get them together. That war would have never happened. And in fact, when I saw Putin after I left, unfortunately left because our country has gone to hell. But after I left, when I saw him building up soldiers, he did it after I left, I said, oh, he must be negotiating. It must be a good, strong point of negotiation. Well, it wasn't, because Biden had no idea how to talk to him. He had no idea how to stop it. And now you have millions of people dead, and it's only getting worse, and it could lead to World War III. Don't kid yourself, David. We're playing with World War III, and we have a president that we don't even know if he's... Where is our president? We don't even know if he's a president.
And just to clarify
they
here...
They threw him out of a campaign like a dog. We don't even know. Is he our president? But we have a president,
Mr. President,
that doesn't know he's alive.
Your time is up. Just to clarify in the question, do you believe it's in the U.S. best interest for Ukraine to win this war, yes or no?
I think it's the U.S. best interest to get this war finished and just get it done.
All right.
Negotiate a deal, because we have to stop all of these human lives from being destroyed.
I want to take this to Vice President Harris. I want to get your thoughts on support for Ukraine in this moment, but also, as Commander-in-Chief, if elected, how would you deal with Vladimir Putin, and would it be any different from what we're seeing from President Biden?
Well, first of all, it's important to remind the former president you're not running against Joe Biden, you're running against me. I believe the reason that Donald Trump says that this war would be over within 24 hours is because he would just give it up. And that's not who we are as Americans. Let's understand what happened here. I actually met with Zelensky a few days before Russia invaded, tried through force to change territorial boundaries, to defy one of the most important international rules and norms, which is the importance of sovereignty and territorial integrity. And I met with President Zelensky. I shared with him American intelligence about how he could defend himself. Days later, I went to NATO's eastern flank, to Poland and Romania. And through the work that I and others did, we brought 50 countries together to support Ukraine in its righteous defense. And because of our support, because of the air defense, the ammunition, the artillery, the javelins, the Abrams tanks that we have provided, Ukraine stands as an independent and free country. If Donald Trump were president, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv right now. And understand what that would mean, because Putin's agenda is not just about Ukraine. Understand why the European allies and our NATO allies are so thankful that you are no longer president, and that we understand the importance of the greatest military alliance the world has ever known, which is NATO, and what we have done to preserve the ability of Zelensky and the Ukrainians to fight for their independence. Otherwise, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv with his eyes on the rest of Europe, starting with Poland. And why don't you tell the 800,000 Polish Americans right here in Pennsylvania how quickly you would give up for the sake of favor and what you think is a friendship with what is known to be a dictator who would eat you for lunch.
Vice President Harris, thank you. We've heard from both of you on Ukraine tonight. Afghanistan came up in the last hour. I wanted her to respond to something you said earlier, and I'll give you a minute here.
Putin would be sitting in Moscow, and he wouldn't have lost 300,000 men and women, but he would have been sitting in Moscow. Quiet, please. He would have been sitting in Moscow much happier than he is right now. But eventually, you know, he's got a thing that other people don't have. He's got nuclear weapons. They don't ever talk about that. He's got nuclear weapons. Nobody ever thinks about that. And eventually, maybe he'll use them, and maybe he hasn't been that threatening, but he does have that. Something we don't even like to talk about. Nobody likes to talk about it. But just so you understand, they sent her to negotiate peace before this war started. 3 days later, he went in and he started the war because everything they said was weak and stupid. They said the wrong things. That war should have never started. She was the emissary. They sent her in to negotiate with Zelensky and Putin, and she did. And the war started 3 days later. And that's the kind of talent we have with her. She's worse than Biden. In my opinion, I think he's the worst president in the history of our country. She goes down as the worst vice president in the history of our country. But let me tell you something. She is a horrible negotiator. They sent her in to negotiate. As soon as they left, Putin did the invasion.
President Trump, thank you. You did bring up something. You said she went to negotiate with Vladimir Putin. Vice President Harris, have you ever met Vladimir Putin? Can you clarify tonight?
Yet again, I said it at the beginning of this debate, you're going to hear a bunch of lies coming from this fellow. And that is another one. When I went to meet with President Zelensky, I've now met with him over 5 times. The reality is it has been about standing as America always should, as a leader upholding international rules and norms, as a leader who shows strength, understanding that the alliances we have around the world are dependent on our ability to look out for our friends and not favor our enemies because you adore strongmen instead of caring about democracy. And that is very much what is at stake here. The President of the United States is commander-in-chief. And the American people have a right to rely on a president who understands the significance of America's role and responsibility in terms of ensuring that there is stability and ensuring we stand up for our principles and not sell them for the benefit of personal flattery.
We've talked about Ukraine and Vladimir Putin. I do want to talk about Afghanistan. It came up in the first hour of this debate. I want to move on to Afghanistan.
Stoltenberg said Trump did the most amazing thing I've ever seen. He got these countries, the 28 countries at the time, to pay up. He said, I've never seen. He's the head of NATO. He said, I've never seen. For years, we were paying almost all of NATO. We were being ripped off by European nations, both on trade and on NATO. I got them to pay up by saying one of the statements you made before, if you don't pay, we're not going to protect you. Otherwise, we would have never gotten it. He said it was one of the most incredible jobs that he's ever seen done.
Thank you. I want to turn to Afghanistan. It came up in the first hour of the debate, and we witnessed a poignant moment today on Capitol Hill, honoring the soldiers who died in the chaotic withdrawal from Afghanistan. I do want to ask the Vice President, do you believe you bear any responsibility in the way that withdrawal played out?
Well, I will tell you, I agreed with President Biden's decision to pull out of Afghanistan. 4 presidents said they would, and Joe Biden did. And as a result, America's taxpayers are not paying the $300 million a day we were paying for that endless war. And as of today, there is not one member of the United States military who is in active duty in a combat zone in any war zone around the world, the first time this century. But let's understand how we got to where we are. Donald Trump, when he was president, negotiated one of the weakest deals you can imagine. He calls himself a deal maker. Even his national security advisor said it was a weak, terrible deal. And here's how it went down. He bypassed the Afghan government. He negotiated directly with a terrorist organization called the Taliban. The negotiation involved the Taliban getting 5,000 Taliban terrorists released. And get this, and the president at the time invited the Taliban to Camp David, a place of storied significance for us as Americans, a place where we honor the importance of American diplomacy, where we invite and receive respected world leaders. And this former president, as president, invited them to Camp David because he does not again appreciate the role and responsibility of the President of the United States to be commander-in-chief with a level of respect. And this gets back to the point of how he has consistently disparaged and demeaned members of our military, fallen soldiers, and the work that we must do to uphold the strength and the respect of the United States of America around the world.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, your response to her saying that you began the negotiations with the Taliban.
So if you take a look at that period of time, the Taliban was killing our soldiers, a lot of them, with snipers. And I got involved with the Taliban because the Taliban was doing the killing. That's the fighting force within Afghanistan. They don't bother doing that because, you know, they deal with the wrong people all the time. But I got involved. And Abdul is the head of the Taliban. He is still the head of the Taliban. And I told Abdul, don't do it anymore. You do it anymore, you're going to have problems. And he said, why do you send me a picture of my house? I said, you're going to have to figure that out, Abdul. And for 18 months, we had nobody killed. We did have an agreement negotiated by Mike Pompeo. It was a very good agreement. The reason it was good, it was we were getting out. We would have been out faster than them, but we wouldn't have lost the soldiers. We wouldn't have left many Americans behind, and we wouldn't have left $85 billion worth of brand new, beautiful military equipment behind. And just to finish, they blew it. The agreement said you have to do this, and they didn't do it. They didn't do it. The agreement was terminated by us because they didn't do what they were supposed to do.
I want to move on.
And these people did the worst withdrawal and, in my opinion, the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. And by the way, that's why Russia attacked Ukraine, because they saw how incompetent she and her boss are.
President Trump, thank you. I want to move on now to race and politics in this country. Mr. President, you recently said of Vice President Harris, quote, I didn't know she was black until a number of years ago when she happened to turn black, and now she wants to be known as black. I want to ask a bigger picture question here tonight. Why do you believe it's appropriate to weigh in on the racial identity of your opponent?
I don't, and I don't care. I don't care what she is. I don't care. You make a big deal out of something. I couldn't care less. Whatever she wants to be is okay with me.
But those were your words, so I'm asking.
I don't know. I mean, all I can say is I read where she was not black, that she put out, and I'll say that. And then I read that she was black, and that's okay. Either one was okay with me. That's up to her. That's up to her.
Vice President Harris, your thoughts on this?
I think it's, I mean, honestly, I think it's a tragedy that we have someone who wants to be president who has consistently, over the course of his career, attempted to use race to divide the American people. You know, I do believe that the vast majority of us know that we have so much more in common than what separates us, and we don't want this kind of approach that is just constantly trying to divide us, and especially by race. And let's remember how Donald Trump started. He was land, he owned buildings, and he was investigated because he refused to rent property to black families. Let's remember, this is the same individual who took out a full-page ad in the New York Times calling for the execution of 5 young black and Latino boys who were innocent, the Central Park 5. Took out a full-page ad calling for their execution. This is the same individual who spread birther lies about the first black president of the United States. And I think the American people want better than that, want better than this, want someone who understands, as I do, I travel our country. We see in each other a friend. We see in each other a neighbor. We don't want a leader who is constantly trying to have Americans point their fingers at each other. I meet with people all the time who tell me, can we please just have discourse about how we're going to invest in the aspirations and the ambitions and the dreams of the American people? Knowing that regardless of people's color or the language their grandmother speaks, we all have the same dreams and aspirations and want a president who invests in those, not in hate and division.
Vice President Harris, thank you. Lindsay?
President Trump, this is now your 3rd time.
This is the most divisive presidency in the history of our country. There's never been anything like it. They're destroying our country, and they come up with things like what she just said. Going back many, many years, when a lot of people, including Mayor Bloomberg, agreed with me on the Central Park 5, they admitted, they said, they pled guilty. And I said, well, if they pled guilty, they badly hurt a person, killed a person ultimately. And if they pled guilty, then they pled, we're not guilty. But this is a person that has to stretch back years, 40, 50 years ago, because there's nothing now. I built one of the greatest economies in the history of the world, and I'm going to build it again. It's going to be bigger, better, and stronger. But they're destroying our economy. They have no idea what a good economy is. Their oil policies, every single policy. And remember this, she is Biden. You know, she's trying to get away from Biden. I don't know the gentleman, she says. She is Biden. The worst inflation we've ever had, a horrible economy because inflation has made it so bad, and she can't get away with that.
Thank you. Your time is up, Lindsay.
I want to respond to that, though. I want to just respond briefly. Clearly, I am not Joe Biden, and I am certainly not Donald Trump. And what I do offer is a new generation of leadership for our country, one who believes in what is possible, one who brings a sense of optimism about what we can do instead of always disparaging the American people. I believe in what we can do to strengthen our small businesses, which is why I have a plan. Let's talk about our plans and let's compare the plans. I have a plan to give startup businesses $50,000 tax deduction, to pursue their ambitions, their innovation, their ideas, their hard work. I have a plan, $6,000 for young families for the first year of your child's life, to help you in that most critical stage of your child's development. I have a plan that is about allowing people to be able to pursue what has been fleeting in terms of the American dream by offering a help with down payment of $25,000 down payment assistance for first-time home buyers. That's the kind of conversation, I believe, David, that people really want tonight, as opposed to a conversation that is constantly about belittling and name-calling. Let's turn the page
Vice President
and move
Harris,
forward.
thank you. Let's turn to policy.
President Trump, we have to move on. President Trump.
Let's turn to policy, please.
She has a plan to defund the police. She has a plan to confiscate everybody's gun.
President Trump,
she
we
has
do
a
have to
plan
move on to
not
other
allow
issues.
fracking in Pennsylvania or anywhere else.
Okay,
that's
you,
what
Mr.
her
President.
plan is until just recently.
I just need
Lindsay,
to
go ahead.
respond.
President Trump,
No, the
President
former
Trump.
president has said
No, I'm
something
sorry.
twice that I need to respond
No,
to.
I'm sorry. We're going to move on, Vice
one
President
time
Harris.
to what he
President
has said
Trump, this
multiple
is
times.
now your
Yes.
3rd time running for president. You have long vowed to repeal and replace the Affordable Care Act, also known as Obamacare. You have failed to accomplish that. You now now say you're going to keep Obamacare, quote, unless we can do something much better. Correct. Last month, you said, quote, we're working on it. So tonight, 9 years after you first started running, do you have a plan, and can you tell us what it is?
Obamacare was lousy health care, always was. It's not very good today. And what I said, that if we come up with something, and we are working on things, we're going to do it and we're going to replace it. But remember this, I inherited Obamacare because Democrats wouldn't change it. They wouldn't vote for it. They were unanimous. They wouldn't vote to change it. If they would have done that, we would have had a much better plan than Obamacare. But the Democrats came up. They wouldn't vote for it. I had a choice to make when I was president. Do I save it and make it as good as it can be, never going to be great, or do I let it rot? And I felt I had an obligation, even though politically it would have been good to just let it rot and let it go away. I decided, and I told my people, the top people, and they're very good people. I have a lot of good people in that administration. We read about the bad ones. We had some real bad ones, too, and so do they. They have really bad ones. The difference is they don't get rid of them. But let me just explain. I had a choice to make. Do I save it and make it as good as it can be, or do I let it rot? And I saved it. I did the right thing. But it's still never going to be great, and it's too expensive for people. And what we will do is we're looking at different plans. If we can come up with a plan that's going to cost our people, our population, less money and be better health care than Obamacare, then I would absolutely do it. But until then, I'd run it as good as it can be run.
So just a yes or no, you still do not have a plan?
I have concepts of a plan. I'm not president right now. But if we come up with something, I would only change it if we come up with something that's better and less expensive. And there are concepts and options we have to do that. And you'll be hearing about it in the not-too-distant future.
Vice President Harris, in 2017, you supported Bernie Sanders' proposal to do away with private insurance and create a government-run health care system. 2 years later, you proposed a plan that included a private insurance option. What is your plan today?
Well, first of all, I absolutely support, and over the last 4 years as vice president, private health care options. But what we need to do is maintain and grow the Affordable Care Act. But I'll get to that, Lindsay. I just need to respond to a previous point that the former president has made. I've made very clear my position on fracking. And then this business about taking everyone's guns away. Tim Walz and I are both gun owners. We're not taking anybody's guns away. So stop with the continuous lying about this stuff. As it relates to the Affordable Care Act, understand, just look at the history to know where people stand. When Donald Trump was president, 60 times he tried to get rid of the Affordable Care Act. 60 times. I was a senator at the time when I will never forget the early morning hours when it was up for a vote in the United States Senate. And the late, great John McCain, who you have disparaged as being, you don't like him, you said, at the time because he got caught. He was an American hero. The late, great John McCain, I will never forget that night, walked onto the Senate floor and said, no, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't get rid of the Affordable Care Act. You have no plan. And what the Affordable Care Act has done is eliminate the ability of insurance companies to deny people with pre-existing conditions. I don't have to tell the people watching tonight, you remember what that was like? Remember when an insurance company could deny if a child had asthma, if someone was a breast cancer survivor, if a grandparent had diabetes? And thankfully, as I've been vice president, and we, over the last 4 years, have strengthened the Affordable Care Act, we have allowed, for the first time, Medicare to negotiate drug prices on behalf of you, the American people. Donald Trump said he was going to allow Medicare to negotiate drug prices. He never did. We did. And now we have capped the cost of insulin at $35 a month. Since I've been vice president, we have capped the cost of prescription medication for seniors at $2,000 a year. And when I am president, we will do that for all people, understanding that the value I bring to this is that access to health care should be a right and not just a privilege of those who can afford it. And the plan has to be to strengthen the Affordable Care Act, not get rid of it,
Vice President Harris, thank you.
in terms of where Donald Trump stands on that.
I want to move to an issue that's important for a lot of...
You made a mistake. Number one, John McCain fought Obamacare for 10 years. But it wasn't only him. It were all of the Democrats that kept it going. And you know what? we can do much better than Obamacare, much less money. But she won't improve private insurance for people, private medical insurance. That's another thing she doesn't want to get. People are paying privately for insurance that have worked hard and made money, and they want to have private. She wants everybody to be on government insurance where you wait 6 months for an operation that you need immediately.
President Trump, thank you. We have another issue that we'd like to get to that's important for a number of Americans, in particular younger voters, and that's climate change. President Trump, with regard to the environment, you say that we have to have clean air and clean water. Vice President Harris, you call climate change an existential threat. The question to you both tonight is, what would you do to fight climate change? And Vice President Harris, we'll start with you. 1 minute for you each.
Well, the former president had said that climate change is a hoax. And what we know is that it is very real. You ask anyone who lives in a state who has experienced these extreme weather occurrences, who now is either being denied home insurance or it's being jacked up. You ask anybody who has been the victim of what that means in terms of losing their home, having nowhere to go. We know that we can actually deal with this issue. The young people of America care deeply about this issue. And I am proud that as vice president over the last 4 years, we have invested $1 trillion in a clean energy economy, while we have also increased domestic gas production to historic levels. We have created over 800,000 new manufacturing jobs while I have been vice president. We have invested in clean energy to the point that we are opening up factories around the world. Donald Trump said he was going to create manufacturing jobs. He lost manufacturing jobs. And I'm also proud to have the endorsement of the United Auto Workers and Sean Fain, who also know that part of building a clean energy economy includes investing in American-made products, American automobiles. It includes growing what we can do around American manufacturing and opening up auto plants, not closing them like happened under Donald Trump.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
That didn't happen under Donald Trump. Let me just tell you, they lost 10,000 manufacturing jobs this last month. It's going, they're all leaving. They're building big auto plants in Mexico, in many cases owned by China. They're building these massive plants, and they think they're going to sell their cars into the United States because of these people. What they have given to China is unbelievable. But we're not going to let that. We'll put tariffs on those cars so they can't come into our country, because they will kill the United Auto Workers and any auto worker, whether it's in Detroit or South Carolina or any other place. What they've done to business and manufacturing in this country is horrible. We have nothing because they refuse. You know, Biden doesn't go after people because supposedly China paid him millions of dollars. He's afraid to do it. Between him and his son, they get all this money from Ukraine. They get all this money from all of these different countries. And then you wonder, why is he so loyal to this one, that one, Ukraine, China? Why is he? Why did he get $3.5 million from the mayor of Moscow's wife? Why did she pay him $3.5 million? This is a crooked administration, and they're selling our country down the tubes.
President Trump, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll be right back with closing statements from both of our candidates. An historic night, this ABC News presidential debate from Philadelphia. Back in a moment.
Okay, so we're just about coming to the end of this for closing statements. So I will make some remarks now, if I may. In a few moments, this will come to an end. There will be a brief moment to do some fact-checking. Overnight, I will consider my responses, but one thing I want to say, listening to this, having experience in politics, as I had the opportunity to run as an MP in a seat, which is an area, a constituency, whatever. I would have won my seat. I declined because I wanted to go and travel around the world presidential first. Debate will continue. So I decided to take some time and not stand as a member of parliament. But one thing, so I do have some experience of this. And now I would have been a member of parliament, and at one point I did want to, go as far as I could as an MP, and who knows, could I have been prime minister today? Who knows? The question is, one thing I am hearing or is lacking from tonight's debate. This is the most powerful country in the world. These are the two best Americans debating their opinions and thoughts. I think what is lacking is humility. What is lacking is pause, thought, at times perhaps admit you didn't know the answer, perhaps at times say, I don't have an answer for that right now, I'm going to take some time to think about it. No one seems, which either side of the argument that you like, no one seems to be taking control of the situation. It just seems a rant between one side and the other. If I had the great fortune to have been there, I would have played things differently. I would have not gone to battle with the other opponent. I would have sometimes said, I don't know the answer to that. Let me see if I can come back to you with an answer. I don't know every answer. I would have perhaps apologized for certain mistakes that had happened. I'm not picking any side here. I would have perhaps said, no, that didn't work out the way we wanted it to, or I'm sorry for that. That wasn't quite what we planned. Either side I'm talking about. But there just seems to be a kind of childishness about this. Anger, frustration, not having an answer, so just preferring to come up with something, make some noise, fill in the gaps, keep the whole thing going. Rather than pausing and saying, I don't know the answer to that, let me think about it. I think when Donald Trump was experienced attempted assassination, at that moment when he punched the air and he said, fight, days later when he had his convention, if he'd walked on stage and said, 5 days ago, I was shot at, could have been killed, and I want to bring the United States together and let's calm everything down, and said nothing else, just that, I think at that moment he would have had potentially a landslide victory. Unfortunately, that didn't happen. And now the debate is roaring on again. It looks like Sky News has a breaking service. I hope they'll get it back in a second, but it does look like they've got a break-in service. Let me see if I can bring this back up. I think if that had occurred, he'd have won a complete landslide. But now we're backwards and forwards with all this debate and arguing. No humility on either side. Everyone's battling to try to be number one. It looks like we've... this isn't just me, but this isn't me, by the way. This is the broadcast seems to be lost. We might have to go to a backup stream here. Let me just see what's going on here. Sky News seems to have lost... We're okay, we're on a break, but it does seem to have lost its server. This is very strange. That's never happened before. I hope this doesn't continue. Oh, we're back. That was lucky, just in time. Let me go back here.
One that is focused on the future, and the other that is focused on the past, and an attempt to take us backward. But we're not going back. And I do believe that the American people know we all have so much more in common than what separates us. And we can chart a new way forward. And a vision of that includes having a plan, understanding the aspirations, the dreams, the hopes, the ambition of the American people, which is why I intend to create an opportunity economy, investing in small businesses, in new families, in what we can do around protecting seniors, what we can do that is about giving hardworking folks a break and bringing down the cost of living. I believe in what we can do together that is about sustaining America's standing in the world and ensuring that we have the respect that we so rightly deserve, including respecting our military, and ensuring we have the most lethal fighting force in the world. I will be a president that will protect our fundamental rights and freedoms, including the right of a woman to make decisions about her own body and not have her government tell her what to do. I'll tell you, I started my career as a prosecutor. I was a DA, I was an attorney general, a United States senator, and now vice president. I've only had one client, the people. And I'll tell you, as a prosecutor, I never asked a victim or a witness, are you a Republican or a Democrat? The only thing I ever asked them, are you okay? And that's the kind of president we need right now. Someone who cares about you and is not putting themselves first. I intend to be a president for all Americans and focus on what we can do over the next 10 and 20 years to build back up our country by investing right now in you, the American people.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump?
So she just started by saying she's going to do this, she's going to do that, she's going to do all these wonderful things. Why hasn't she done it? She's been there for 3.5 years. They've had 3.5 years to fix the border. They've had 3.5 years to create jobs and all the things we talked about. Why hasn't she done it? She should leave right now, go down to that beautiful White House, go to the Capitol, get everyone together and do the things you want to do, but you haven't done it, and you won't do it because you believe in things that the American people don't believe in. You believe in things like we're not going to frack. We're not going to take fossil fuel. We're not going to do things that are going to make this country strong, whether you like it or not. Germany tried that, and within 1 year, they were back to building normal energy plants. We're not ready for it. We can't sacrifice our country for the sake of bad vision. But I just ask one simple question. Why didn't she do it? We're a failing nation. We're a nation that's in serious decline. We're being laughed at all over the world. All over the world, they're laughed. I know the leaders very well. They're coming to see me. They call me. We're laughed at all over the world. They don't understand what happened to us as a nation. We're not a leader. We don't have any idea what's going on. We have wars going on in the Middle East. We have wars going on with Russia and Ukraine. We're going to end up in a third world war, and it'll be a war like no other because of nuclear weapons, the power of weaponry. I rebuilt our entire military. She gave a lot of it away to the Taliban. She gave it to Afghanistan. What these people have done to our country, and maybe toughest of all, is allowing millions of people to come into our country. Many of them are criminals, and they're destroying our country. The worst president, the worst vice president in the history of our country.
President Trump, thank you. And that is our ABC News presidential debate from here in Philadelphia at the National Constitution Center. I'm Lindsay Davis.
And I'm David Muir. Thank you for watching here in the U.S. and all over the world, and from all of us here at ABC News.
Right, there we go. Let me just stay on this for a moment. I'm just watching the screen. They're both leaving the stage. They're not paying any attention to each other, and there was no shaking of hands. Nothing like that. So no love lost there. Okay. Now we're just going to get some facts here just for a moment, and then we're going to end this shortly, so just please bear with me. Let's bring everything up to date. You will see this come to an end in just a moment, and we'll get some reaction here, and then we will do closing thoughts. What do you think of that, folks? It wasn't, I don't think either party, people that was voting for what they already, for those that would already decide to vote Trump or vote Harris, I think will still be the same. I don't think that's changed. I don't think the country has come together tonight. Let's have a listen to this. Let's look at some facts.
Donald Trump and Kamala Harris, the presidential candidates in the 2024 election campaign.
Yes, at times it was pretty tense and certainly fiery between the two as they attacked each other on the economy, on immigration, on abortion and women's rights. You're watching a special programme on Sky News with me, Mark Austin, and Yalda Hakim. So, well, first of all, Yalda, what did you think?
Well, you know, it got heated in moments. They were calling each other liars and weak. I thought at times it sort of strayed and we weren't quite clear whether they were answering the questions or what topic they were talking about. There were moments where I felt she was laying traps for him and he was falling into the trap.
Okay, I don't want backwards and forwards conversation between these two. I want to just get the fact checking done. This might take some time, so we might leave this until tomorrow. It's very late in the evening. Many people in England, it's now 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. We're now coming up to 10 o'clock. I've taken up my wife's night off. So it's been a very late night for me as well. I'm back in at 6 o'clock in the morning. So if we are going to take time with this, which we obviously are, then I'm going to have to pick this up tomorrow. Let me thank everyone tonight who joined us. Let me thank my moderators who have worked tirelessly tonight to keep the channel working and clean and healthy. I appreciate all of you. I noticed there is a lot of heated debate going on all sides in the chat tonight. A lot of our friends here are going backwards and forwards with each other. I just want to add a comment that it's such a heated and passionate subject tonight. I'm seeing lots of things with immigration tonight in the chat. Everyone's going at it. It's why I asked and invited everyone to call in. It's very difficult to express your opinions via text in a few lines that you can fit in. It gets out of context. I'm sure people are saying things that's getting out of context. People are misreading. It's going through quickly. You can only say a few things in a sentence, then the point has moved on, so it's now out of context. It's very difficult. It's why the chat is great and it's engaging and it's fun, but I try very much to bring the clarity to it. That's why I answer all the questions live in the shows. It's very difficult when I'm not bringing them on the screen and you're just reading them out of context, out of timing. Things can get misled, misunderstood, and so on and so forth. So it's why I invited everyone to call in, but we're not going to do that now. This has gone on later than I thought, so we are going to wrap this up now. I've allowed until 10 o'clock, which is another 10 minutes. So how we can best use the next 10 minutes. Let's see what's being said here.
He says that he is weak. Have you ever seen him looking that weak?
I thought Donald Trump came across strong, facing off 3 moderators who were hostile to him.
Have you seen him as that rattled before?
Kamala Harris clearly had Donald Trump on the ropes on multiple occasions.
It was a debate of deception. One word to describe this debate is it was deception, both by the moderators, particularly David Muir, but Kamala Harris in particular did not get pressed once on the actual flip-flop on single-payer health care, the actual flip-flop on with respect to offshore drilling bans. The only thing she came back to once was that issue of fracking, on which she didn't offer any substantive basis for her policy change.
But do you think...
Well, the reality is I think the moderators set up a dynamic where they were working.
Thank you very much for everyone who joined me tonight. Thank you to all of you that gave super chats. I've just noticed another one has just come in. Here we go. Thank you.
Craig has become a member. Trump won. Thumbs up. Thank you for hosting the debate, Marty.
Thank you very much for the super chats. Thank you for the members. Let me end the poll. Let me just keep this going while I thank everybody.
And he did answer for himself, and I think he did an outstanding job of answering for himself.
He didn't answer on an abortion ban. He didn't answer on an abortion ban.
I think on the most important issues in this debate, he absolutely won. On the most important issues of the debate, he absolutely won.
Great job,
And on abortion, the way he ended that, I thought was a masterclass.
Thank you.
In overcoming the actual moderators to ask Kamala Harris What would she actually favor?
It was a
7
straightforward
months,
question
8
that he
months,
didn't
9 months,
answer.
and she didn't actually answer.
It was a straightforward question he
He
didn't
actually
answer.
did answer the straightforward question. He is opposed to a federal ban.
Would
that
he
debunks the
veto
lie.
an abortion ban
And
was the question,
The reality
yes or
he said
no?
he was clearly stated he is opposed to a federal
We
abortion ban.
had
Crazy eating dogs and cats.
402 votes.
Well,
You said Trump won the debate,
what is true
75%.
is we have millions of illegal migrants who have entered this country under Kamala Harris's and Joe Biden's watch, and she did not answer once.
Not eating
how her
dogs,
position
however.
has exactly changed on that. That's the harsh of the matter. So that's the heart of the matter, and I think we're headed off to.
Hi, Mark and Yalda. We're just finding somebody else coming in. It's RFK Jr.
Excuse me, guys.
Sir, Donald Trump.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't want to report on this. It
Well,
just
as
seems
you can
to
see,
be.
it's RFK Jr. making his way.
Yeah, I don't want to report on this. It just seems to be now a scramble, everyone running around, and so on and so forth. I think the fact-checking information, there was so much to process. It's going to come later, so I'm not going to. It doesn't look like I can cover it tonight, but I will try and get to the bottom of all of that. But what an evening. What an evening. I hope you enjoyed it. I want to thank all my moderators, everyone who took part. I want to thank my wife for tonight for letting me go so late into our night off. I appreciate it. I'd like to, once again, and please don't switch off as I do this. It's important because our members are everything. If it wasn't for our members, we wouldn't be here. So just take the moment, please, to consider doing this. One of our members here, not a corporate sponsor, just a member. This is their website. They have a wedding website. Please do just click on it. Just click on it. You don't got to buy anything, do anything, download anything. It would help them rank up. They pay $99 a month to sponsor my channel. It helps fund the channel. And all you have to do is tap on that website, Charlotte May Weddings, and it will help them. Our friend here, Rick McGrath, he's trying to promote this YouTube channel with a man here who's raising money for charity. Very nice thing to do indeed. Again, pays $99 a month for this audience. Let me give you that link. If you wouldn't mind subscribing to his channel, it'd be very, very kind. But that's it this evening. I appreciate you all. I hope you enjoyed it. I want to thank all the everyone that super chatted me tonight. That's very appreciated. I've just had to reinvest in a new screen for the show, so that's really appreciated. Thank you very much indeed. Done and done. Cedar trees. Thank you very much. I knew you would. Let me read the comments. I don't think we're going to bring everything on screen because if we start with one, we'll have to bring everybody on screen. Is there anything of any value being said here?
An alternative to Biden. Let's just listen in.
No, it's just people ranting in the street. I'm not going to be showing this. Thanks for the live show, Martin. You're very welcome. Okay, that's it. I'm going to end this stream. It'll automatically take you through to the morning. I hope you liked it. This was our broadcast of the United States debate. The studio turned red, white, and blue. I hope you liked it. I tried to make it look completely neutral for everybody. A bit of fun, and there we go. That's the end of our broadcast this evening. One thing we've learned tonight, it's about at least trying to bring people together. I don't feel that I live in a United States at the moment, I have to say. Things don't quite seem united. It seems an angry world, a lot of good people, a lot of angry people, a lot of frustrated people. And I don't think tonight we've moved towards a more united States. That was my hope tonight, that we would find a common ground, some humility, perhaps admitting when you're wrong, that you don't know the answer. It just seemed a bit of a battle on both sides. I think people that wanted Trump will vote Trump. People that wanted Harris will vote Harris. So once again, we're going to go down to the wire. Doesn't seem to be anyone to break through, unfortunately. So I wish everybody a safe evening wherever you are around the world. Thank you for tuning in. I appreciate you all very, very much indeed. And we're now going to leave you once again with the way we started. Until next time, as always, I will see you back in the morning. Until then, take care of yourselves and each other.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight? Oh, the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave? Oh, the land of the free and the home of the
Until next time, take care of yourselves and each other.